Alrighty. Good evening, everybody, and how we all doing tonight? And welcome to another Super Sunday. The key night, if you may have noticed, we will be having a guest on today. One you may have met before from previous streams. We'll be having Faye on, who is the editor of a number of different SRW fan patches. He did the 2.0 patch for SRW 3, the patch for Hero Senki, and of course, very relevant to what's going on here, the patch for OGs. And I will bring him online in just a moment. Alrighty. My mic is broken. Oh dear. Hello, 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 hello. Has that helped? Better. Okay. Cool. Right. Oh, oh god. Okay, I think I'm right. So I'm trying to balance myself and on stream and on Discord, and we all know how bad I am at balancing audio. Faye will be with us momentarily. There's just a bit of background noise on his end, and once that has passed, he'll be joining us. Where were we up to? I'm just trying to... Right, so we're basically up to the water section. A bunch of back-to-back water maps, as we're currently making our way from Federation territory into the Adonis Island area to commence an assault against the main DC forces. Yeah, audio's always difficult, especially with the way I have to do this setup to get a live feed from my consoles, plus a, to properly pull in the audio from Discord at the same time. I have to feed them through the same audio source for OBS. The only solution I found that works properly, which makes it really hard to balance, because I can't just, jigger the levels in OBS, unfortunately. But I did some pre-setup, so hopefully that's all. Yes, now we just wait. Oh, actually, I suppose, yeah. We've got big text dump. We can jump into the text dump. You can join us whenever. Well, it might not be big text dump. I don't know. We're not really at the epic text dump part of the story. We're probably gonna bank our cash from now. We've used most of the funds. And we'll just hold on to whatever we get from this point to max out the R series once we get them. Always the sort of odd bit of the SRX route is it takes so long to get the title units. Even getting, like, arguably, like, pseudo-real units and not just backfiller does take quite some time. Because you're basically stuck with Gespies and planes for quite a while. Actually, I think the next map is one of my least favorite maps in this game. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I think this is the support defend barrel lion map. It's not quite as bad as like endgame alpha guidance support defend machinery children, but if it is as I remember, this is unpleasant.
Right, fuck's sake, sorry about that.
No worries, welcome, welcome.
I had a long story, but basically, yeah, there was a bunch of noise outside my house, so hello there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but what can you do? It's life.
Well, oh boy, we're on, we're doing the water levels, aren't we?
Yes, oh boy. And this, I think, is the worst of them. If my memory serves, I think this is the Barrel Lion map that's coming up.
Mate, there's a level which is just the Hagane underwater.
Ah, we did that last stream, towards
like,
the end of last stream.
I have to wonder why that's even a stage in the game, you know?
Yeah, like, I appreciate it from a storytelling perspective, like establishing that the Hagane can serve as a submarine as well, but you didn't need to make a map out of that. That could have just been a story sequence.
Yeah.
It's literally just go, and you shoot down a couple of killer whales, and that's it.
It's pretty boring.
Yeah, it is very pointless.
Outside of, well, the first half of Ryusei's story, how are you enjoying the translation?
Yeah, it's mostly fine. I mean, you know me, I get a bit nitpicky about certain things, but yeah, it's all pretty good.
Just about different things.
Sorry?
I get nitpicky just about different things.
Yes. Well, at least in your case, it's your job to be nitpicky. Yes. In my case, I'm just nitpicky.
Yes.
But no, like apart from a few of the things we've gone over before, like the steak knife, sushi knife thing, but that's mostly just opinions with which way that goes.
Wasn't that just some idiot on romhacking.net being a tard?
Well, you're talking about that whole spiel, but I actually do agree with the sushi knife end of things. But again, it's such a.
I'm not having this conversation again, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, it's such a pointless argument. Exactly.
Let's roll. Come on, let's go with it.
Yeah.
Or is your game crashed? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I have found some fun bugs, but I think that's just a result of my hardware maybe being a little finicky. A couple of times lines don't display, but you can find them in the text log still.
Oh yeah, I've never had that problem, so I think that just might be a hardware problem.
Yeah,
that's not a problem when you run it on an emulator.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably just failing to load something properly from the disk, but not in a critical way.
The game also has its own share of bugs, ones we couldn't fix because they were already part of the game before we translated it, so...
Right.
Though we found a few bugs that we actually did find a bug that we ended up fixing that was part of the original game, but we fixed it anyway.
Oh?
So, yeah. On the, the encyclopedia where you can look at all the characters and robots.
Yep.
One of the characters' names was backwards. Like, it displayed his name in the wrong order.
Oh.
And that's part of the base game, so we fixed that.
Well, there you go.
I can't pronounce his name, though. Not his first name. It was Grassman, the politician.
I don't remember all the politicians.
He doesn't get introduced until the second game.
So. Okay, we haven't even got there yet, yeah.
And he becomes more and more important as the series goes on. Like, I think I don't remember, I haven't played OG Gaiden in years and years, but I think in that he's a very important NPC.
Right.
And then I remember that he dies in second OG because, like, you get tricked into killing him.
Oh, God.
Yeah. You get tricked into... He's like fleeing aboard a ship and... like a regular ship, and like Tetsuya rams the Hagane into him by accident or something and kills him.
Oh, Jesus. Alright.
Yeah, that happens.
I've played very little of second OGs.
I really like that game. I absolutely recommend it.
Is that the one that you can choose to do the Lagias plot towards the start?
Yes.
Or possibly right at the start? That's the opening
right
split?
At the start, you can choose either the Masaki or Loon route, and you can do one of the two. And then Shu's route was released as a DLC story called Dark Prison, of course.
Yes.
Which I actually really like. Dark Prison. That's a good little DLC game. I like it.
Those have a translation summary, don't they? Yeah. I've got it open.
They have a translation summary, but yeah, nobody's implemented into the game.
Yeah. Yeah, well, PS3 hacking's only sort of recently gotten anywhere off the ground thanks to PS3 emulation.
And I think wasn't the first major PS3 hacking job a Tales of Vesperia translation?
Correct. That was done well before the emulation happened. That was a real monstrous project.
And then 3 years later, they ended up releasing it on PS4 anyway.
Yeah, I really felt sorry for them for that, because they were working on that for such a long time, and then the definitive edition got released on everything, and it sort of made
I still haven't played the definitive edition, but I definitely want to.
I have it sitting next to me for the PS4. It's in my pile of Tales of games, but I haven't got around to actually playing it yet.
Oh, mate, I used to love the Tales games, but I kind of, after Grace's F, I just kind of lost interest in a way, you know?
Yeah, Yep, I can understand that.
I played pretty much all of them up to that point, and then I have Xillia for PS3.
Yep.
And then I just never got around to playing it, and I just lost interest after that. So,
I think
like if they re-release Xillia on PC, I would play it right fucking now. You know.
Yeah, I'd want that to have... Well, a PC port I would hope would have dual audio, because that was my problem with that, is it was English only, and...
that doesn't really bother me, to be honest.
I know that doesn't bother you as much, but the dubbing of the main female... Oh, I forget her name.
I'll look it up for you, mate.
She's one of those, like, really stoic characters that they're just never able to, like, voice write in English. Like, the stoic female, I find they tend to really miss the mark in English dubs.
And looking at her voice actress, I've never heard of this actress, and that might be why.
Ah.
I have never heard of this actress before. Let me look her up.
Yeah, I've got undubs for them, but that's a little fiddly because PS3 hacking's a bit finicky.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose actually I could emulate it now that I think about it.
I've never, I think about it. Yeah, I never played Xillia, and I honestly just kind of never was really interested in playing them after that. I've heard that the more recent Tales games, like, was it Berseria and another one, were actually pretty shite, so I'm glad I didn't play them now.
I haven't played them myself, so I can't comment. I did replay the PlayStation version of Fantasia last year, and my god, that game stands up.
Yeah, that's been on my list for a while now. Because it got translated, the PS1 version of Fantasia was translated by like 4 different fucking teams, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I never got around to playing it because I was just too busy at the time. So I'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, no,
I played it in Japanese.
Ah, nice. But yeah, replaying it last year solidified it on like my list of top JRPGs. It is fantastic.
It's a cracking game, absolutely. I wish I could play the PSP version.
Yes.
Like, if that had a translation, I would play the hell out of that.
Yep. I would in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, the Tales of translation scene, like, super imploded.
Oh yeah, and I mean, for us that's good because the guy who worked on almost all the Tales translations is the same guy who did OGs. So
Oh, really?
this is what he did after the Tales scene imploded. So,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's good old King Kong. He's everywhere, mate.
I actually didn't know that. There
are actually very, very few programmers in the translation scene. There's Gideon, obviously.
Yeah.
There's King Kong, and then there's like one other guy, and that's it. So, like, King Kong is everywhere, mate. He's just everywhere.
Yeah, well, that's always the big, like, sticking point for almost any patch is a competent hacker in the system you want. Well, especially, like, the older systems.
The main problem is... What the hell was that beep?
That was me turning my fan on, because it's quite humid. We've had days and days and days of rain here.
Well, the biggest problem with the hacking scene, the translation scene, is that it's translators themselves, you know? Because obviously translation is the most time-consuming job. So the problem is the programmers, they're all fine. They're very, very disciplined people. They'll get on with it. Editors like me will get on with it. Playtesters, they'll get on with it. Translators tend to be not only very rare, but they tend to also have very, very busy schedules. So what usually takes up the most time on a translation is the actual script translation itself. It can take years and years and years sometimes, depending on the game, of course. But that's often the biggest hurdle, is just getting a translator who has enough free time to do it, you know?
Yeah, well, I know Senki, who did, like, a lot of SW work over the recent years, has been bogged down with, like, real work of late.
Oh, yeah, he's currently doing a lot of commissioned work, so he's not available.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what I'm going to be doing after I finish. I'm still working on Super Robot Wars 4. I'm currently taking a break from it because it's really been eating into my free time. But once I get back to it and I finish with that project, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing next because Gideon is too busy to do anything and Senki is too busy to do anything. So I really don't know what project I'm going to be on next. I guess we'll just see what they need me to do. One they actually offered me was... it was Gideon. He said, like, do you want to edit Star Ocean Blue Sphere for the Game Boy Color? And I said no, because I've never played a Star Ocean game, and I just don't think I'd be able to do it justice if I didn't know what the hell was going on, you know?
Blue Sphere patch has also got a bit of history. That one's interesting.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of patches that do, mate. I can't talk about those right now, but I'll tell you in the future.
The Blue Sphere one, because someone released a repro cart that was like essentially selling a Blue Sphere translation patch, and that was the only way to get it. Like, it wasn't the regular publicly released patch, and then someone does a shady repro cart on the side. It was just straight to shady repro cart.
Indeed. It was pretty terrible, but I ended up not working on Blue Sphere anyway, so...
Yeah, no, that's, as you said, there's... If you're not familiar with Star Ocean, that's certainly a bit rough. I
just didn't think it was fair, because, like, I'm sure someone else in the scene knows more about Star Ocean than me, because I know nothing about Star Ocean, so, you know... It's a series I've been wanting to look at, but I just never got around to it, because I've heard it's a pretty big time commitment.
Yes, they're all pretty long. The first one's probably the least bulky, but even that's quite long, and then, they all get longer after that.
And there are some mixed opinions on the quality of the games after the third one. Like, I've heard Star Ocean 4 when it came out. Star Ocean 4 when it came out got a really, really bad reception. But I've heard, like, over the years, people have warmed up to it a bit.
So part of the problem with Star Ocean 4 was the Xbox 360 release was the only English release for a while, and that had all the character portraits were replaced with CG character portraits, and it was dub only. So that annoyed quite a few people. Then they released it on the PS3 in English, which restored the original character art and gave it dual audio options. So that made it a fair bit more palatable. The game's decent. It's not the best, but it's not terrible. Star Ocean 5 is not great. I actually don't know many people that have played 5. I'm one of the few people that has.
Well, to be fair, mate, I don't know many people who've played Armored Core 5 because Armored Core 4 was so bad that everyone just abandoned the series there, you know?
Mate, I've not only have I played 5, but I have both 5 and Verdict Day sitting right next to me.
Good job. All I know is, mate, Armored Core 4 was my first Armored Core game, and it really didn't impress me. So then I went back and played the very first one on PlayStation 1, and I actually thought it was way better.
I actually completely agree. I much prefer the earlier ones. 4 isn't bad, but it's really, really hampered by technical issues. Because it goes for a much more faster gameplay style than the earlier Stompy style, and because it has like such bad frame rate issues in places, it renders itself nearly unplayable, sort of completely missing the mark of the speed.
For me, the problem was more that I found just the customization just really, really too complicated, you know?
Right, yep.
I found the customization in Armored Core 4 was just way more detailed than I have the patience for. Like, I don't have time to sit around here for half an hour tuning my robot between every fucking level. I'm sorry, I don't, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
I just want to get into it. That's why I like the earlier ones, because they have a lot of customization, but it never gets overwhelming.
Yeah, and it takes a long time for it to sort of build up. Like, you're not just deep-ended, whereas with 4, you have sort of all the options. Well, not all the options, but you have a lot available to you out the gate. Whereas with, like, Armored Core 1, you have, like, a couple of machine guns and maybe some different missiles, and that's about all you can change at the start, and you've got to, like, earn your parts.
I felt, though, oddly enough... oh, by the way, you're going to be using the Wild Raubtier for this mission. Good luck, Ryusei. But what I was going to say...
I think he had it for the last mission, didn't he, as well?
If you assigned it to him, but I think the stage automatically assigns it to him, even if he was already using it, because I don't know, logic, I don't know. The opposite problem, by the way, was Daemon Ex Machina, that Switch game that people touted as the successor to Armored Core. In that one, I felt like you never got all the cool toys until you'd already beaten the final boss.
Yeah.
You know? That had the opposite problem where for most of the game, you were just using like a basic machine gun because it worked, and then you only got your cool stuff at the very end of the game.
Yeah, I didn't dislike Daemon Ex Machina, but I certainly wouldn't, like, hype it up.
No. I thought it was definitely better than, like, Armored Core 4, for example, but I still think the earlier Armored Core games were better.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The only reason, like, I own basically all Armored Cores except for the PlayStation releases, and the only reason I don't own those is because English versions of them are insanely expensive.
What versions of them do you own, then?
Well, of Armored Core, well, the PlayStation versions I don't own at all.
So
I have
you
Armored
just play
Core...
them on an emulator?
Well, I burn them back to a disc and play them on actual hardware, but...
Yeah, fair enough, yeah, okay, I understand.
I've got, like, 2, 3, all the X-Packs, 4 Answer, 5 Verdict Day. Like, I've got all the latter stuff, but just not the original PlayStation releases. I'm also missing Ninebreaker, which I keep remembering that I'm missing that, and I go to pick it up, and I just keep forgetting to, because that's not expensive. It's like $10, $20.
I'm going to remind you to get it, then.
Definitely need to finish that collection out.
I need to get this level started as well, mate.
Yeah, sorry.
I've been distracting you, don't worry about it, mate.
Conversations. Talking robots.
It happens. This is what happens when you have a guest on.
Yeah.
We've got a Pokemon in the chat, dude. It's a Darkrai. Watch out.
Yeah, Noah's a regular. Well, everyone here at the moment's regulars.
Fair enough.
I think Furf is even from Akarasu.
I'm just not a regular usually because I'm not usually available on Sundays. So.
Yeah, that's fair. And like my timings are all odd anyway. Especially the last few weeks, I've just been all over the shop due to work and other commitments.
I've had some family stuff going on, so I absolutely understand. So.
Yeah.
But yes. Tell you what though, about those Tales games, apparently after like Tales of Xillia, the series introduced a lot of like modernized game mechanics, and they just really interfere with the core gameplay. Like, apparently, I can't remember which one it was. It was either Berseria or Zestiria or whatever the fuck you pronounce it. I don't know. But one of them, my friend said that he got really sick of it because it forces you to farm for items to do crafting. And he said that by the end of the game, something like 70% of his total playtime was just spent farming for items. And he said that, like, he hated the game because of that. Like, it really ruined the game for him, you know?
That's
like,
unfortunate.
They basically, the modern Tales games, they force you to grind, and he doesn't like grinding. So by the end of the game, he was just completely sick of it.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's just what he said. I haven't played it myself. I'm just telling you what he said. But he's one of my best mates, so I trust what he says, you know? But yeah, he said that, like, the newer they get, the more they introduce game mechanics that just really hamper the core gameplay, you know? Like, just unnecessary additions to the gameplay that don't do anything but just pad it out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely prefer, like, the earlier stuff where that kind of, well, not crafting, but similar enough. Like, the cooking stuff is effectively optional. Like, you don't have to...
It's also just fun. You don't have to do it.
Yeah.
I tell you what else about the early Tales games. I really like Tales of Destiny, as in the PlayStation 1 version. I've never played the remake. I was planning on it when it got translated, but obviously that's not happening now. But having only played the original PlayStation 1 version, I actually really like it, and I can only struggle to imagine how the PlayStation 2 remake improves on it, you know? Because it's a really good game.
As for...
Oh, this is the Barrel Lion level.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, this is the worst. Yeah. We get to go swimming.
Though, unlike what this Darkrai person says here, I actually really like Tales of Vesperia. It's one of the best in the series. However, I will say that I haven't played the definitive version. I've only played the original vanilla 360 version, you know?
Yeah, it's the same for me, and I did quite enjoy what I played of it.
I finished it, and I will give it this. As much as I enjoyed it, it did end up being a bit too long in the end.
Yeah, well, I didn't quite finish, though. About 50, 60 hours in.
Yeah. The only Tales game I've ever beaten everything in is Tales of the Abyss, because that's my favourite one.
I really like Abyss. That was...
I finished it twice, and when I did, I even beat the optional boss, whatever the fuck her name is, I can't remember, but I beat her as well. So I really, really enjoy Abyss. That's definitely my favourite in the series.
Yeah, I think Abyss might have been my first Tales of game. I probably played a bit of the, would have been the fan-patched Super Famicom Fantasia, before that, but I think Abyss was the first Tales of game I really got into.
Yeah. For me, my first was Symphonia, because let's be honest, that was everyone's first one.
That was, yeah, well, I didn't have a GameCube.
But like then as well, I've never played they re-released Symphonia with all these upgrades and stuff, like for modern consoles in HD, and I've never played that. I've only played the vanilla GameCube version, you know? I actually own the disc as well. I actually got it.
How to put this? Arguably, the vanilla GameCube version is better, because it's the only one that runs at 60 FPS, so if that's your sort of thing...
I take extra content over that.
Yeah, well, that's so the HD edition is based on the PS2 release, which was originally Japanese only, which has a bunch of extra content. So for the HD edition, they obviously went with the version that has more content, but is 30 FPS locked in the battles.
Well, can't have them all, can you?
Yeah. Well, I'm with you there. I would take the extra content as well, especially like I know the Tales of games have like live action combat, but it's not like. It's not a Platinum game. It's not a Devil May Cry. It doesn't need to be
it's also,
that
at the same
slick.
time, it's also not one of those active battle systems like modern Final Fantasy games or like Xenoblade or anything like that. It's like a hybrid, and I like it, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I really like a lot of the Tales of combat systems. I think the Fantasia's probably let down by the fact that it doesn't. You have to equip an accessory to get the free move.
Oh yeah.
And I think they learnt from that for the later games. It's the first game, you can't really hold them to too much for that. But yeah, they thankfully they learnt from their mistakes. But yeah, the sort of open movement, free-flowing combos of the Tales of series is the big selling point for me.
Absolutely. I'm struggling though to think, because Abyss, what I would call my favorite. I don't know what I'd call my second favorite. Like maybe Eternia, maybe. I'm really struggling to think what I'd call my second favorite Tales game. But that's true of a lot of video game series. I can tell you my favorite one, but my second favorite is a much tougher question.
I usually have trouble picking a favorite.
Nah, for like Legend of Zelda, for example. You ask me what's your favorite Legend of Zelda game, I'll say Wind Waker, definitely Wind Waker. You ask me what's your second favorite, I don't have a fucking clue. I don't know. I like so many of them. I don't know.
There's the Line of Doom.
Oh yes. Now a quick thing about these barrel lines, mate, is the yellow ones in particular. They do not have any range 1 attacks.
Yeah.
So if you get in close, they can't counter.
Mm.
However, they'll still attack you if you're anywhere further away from that.
Yeah.
But if you're just focusing on one barrel line at a time, just go up close and hit it really hard, and then they won't be able to counter. And generally, barrel lines tend to have below average accuracy, but that's obviously not something you can rely on with the Grundust or with the Psybuster.
The Psybuster is sort of cheating, because we're in NG+, because we did the ATX scenario first, so the Psybuster's already fully upgraded, so it's got its additional evasion.
That might work then, yeah.
Yeah.
I just have horrible flashbacks of Masaki never being able to fucking dodge.
Yep, I share that exact experience.
Yeah.
Elemental Lord of the Wind can't dodge for nothing.
Nope. And remember to, you've got the Wild Route tier there. Remember to keep that in the air as well.
Yep, absolutely. Its underslung cannon is its most upgraded weapon, because apparently that's a separate weapon from its main gun.
Is it?
Yep, it upgrades separately.
Ugh,
that was a pain in the butt to discover.
I can imagine that. I'll tell you what else, mate, about these JRPGs we're on about. Another one that I've been told about is Wild Arms. Never played Wild Arms, but I'm now at a point in my life where I say this, and I get a bunch of people all at once telling me, you've got to play Wild Arms.
Wild Arms is very good. What's your tolerance for old games? Because the original Wild Arms...
Mate, I play like NES games for fun, mate.
Okay.
I'm not like. So
the original Wild Arms.
You're talking to a guy who beat the original Mother, so.
It's not so much a matter of difficulty. So I'd say graphical clash is probably the best way to put it. The original Wild Arms has these lovely like SNES era, early PlayStation era map sprites, and then has this just god awful. Like early PlayStation era CG graphics for the combat.
Oh yeah, they will support defend each other, by the way. Anyway, sorry. Furf here asking me a question. To be honest, Tenzan's Gamer Talk is something we took a lot of liberties with, as you can probably imagine, because in Japanese he just speaks extremely informally and kind of aggressively. Like when you ask how informally. Think like, have you seen One Punch Man? You know how Saitama talks incredibly casually? That's how Tenzan talks, except he also manages to be rude about it. And he does use some gamer slang here and there, but we thought it'd be a lot more memorable if we kind of made that, like exaggerated that a bit. And in my opinion, it worked. Like, the idea is that Tenzan is supposed to be as obnoxious and unlikable as possible, and I think we did a good job with that.
Yeah, so there's always difficulty in bringing across, like, that kind of, not respectful tone, but, like, disrespectful tone. It doesn't really culturally translate well. It's a tricky one, for sure.
How do I put it? Like, even when speaking to his commanding officers in the Divine Crusaders, he never changes his incredibly informal tone, you know? Because that's the kind of guy he is. So... And that's another thing, he tends to insult everyone. As you've probably noticed, even in Japanese, almost every line he says to the player characters is an insult. And we just decided to make that work, you know? A lot of the gamer slang was a little outdated by the time. When I pointed this out to the team, I was just like, you know, people haven't said this in people haven't said this in about 10 years, and they'd say to me, well, yeah, because we translated the script in like 2012. So
I mean, personally, I find the older gamer means to be more appropriate since the game is from 2007.
yeah. But they said this. They said, look, we translated the script in like 2012, and we've just been doing the hacking since, so it worked for us then. Though we got some criticism for our older references. For example, at one point, Tenzan calls the Alteisen a Beetleborg.
That one I did have a problem with.
We got some criticism for that because
Yeah.
not because it was because it was an out of date reference. Because you can tell that everyone on the team is at least 35. So, like, we were told it was a boomer reference because most people wouldn't really get that reference, but we thought it was funny, so we included it.
Yeah, my main issue with the Beetleborg, it's one of the Saban's adaptations of something else, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one of the Metal Heroes series. But if you told me which one, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It was like Bee Fighter or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact one it was an adaptation of.
Yeah, B-Fighter.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I've never really been into the Metal Heroes series. I've been trying, but when it comes to Tokusatsu, I'm more of a Sentai man. So.
Yeah, I tend towards Rider myself.
Rider's okay. Like, I like some of them. I don't like some of them.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment.
I like my favourite is Forza, and I also thought Build was good, and I liked the original, which is the one I'm watching now. Is I'm watching the very first one, and I like those. But then again, the current one, Kamen Rider Saber, I won't hesitate to say is pretty shit. And I watched one Kamen Rider Kiva I've watched, and that was pretty shite.
Yeah,
so,
Kiva is generally not well liked. I like elements of Kiva, but
the thing about Kiva is I really love the visual design. It has some of my favourite costumes in the entire franchise, but like there was so little action and there was so much standing around and angsting. You know?
See, I liked
there was so much sitting around going, "Oh, poor me, my life's so hard," instead of like punching monsters in the face, which is what I want to see.
I liked the 1980s stuff. I did not like the 2000s stuff, as it were. Like when they go back to the. Am I getting?
For me, my problem with
I'm not getting things mixed up, am I? Kiva's vampires, right?
Yes, it's like weird vampires.
Yeah.
Like gothic.
Yeah, because it has the 1980s segment and then the 2000s segment. I much preferred the 1980s segment.
For me, that wasn't the problem. The problem was more that it switched between the two eras so often, and after the first few episodes, it stopped telling you when it was switching, and I just found it kind of hard to keep track of after a while. Especially because some of the characters appear, not many of them, but some of them appear in both eras, and it became really confusing to know what was going on, who was who at that point.
Actually, the most recently finished series, 01, is really good.
I like 01 was alright. It wasn't my favourite, but I'll watch it. Careful, mate, those torpedoes don't have great damage in the air. They don't have great air ranking.
Yeah, but it's only post-move option, so it's basically just fire torpedoes or do nothing.
But, 01 was alright. I think I like Zeo a little better. Most people didn't like Zeo, but I did. I thought it was alright.
I haven't seen Zeo, so I'll comment.
It was alright. I still think Build was better, but Build is a weird one because I watched it when it was I started it when it was more than halfway done already. And people were praising it constantly. People were saying, "Oh, Kamen Rider Build is the best Kamen Rider show in years. It's so good." So I watched it, and the first 10 or so episodes really didn't impress me. But around the time that the second rider got introduced, Cross Z, that's when, for me, the story really picked up. And after that, I ended up really enjoying it. So... Is that Garnet you've got in that fighter?
Yeah, she's got all my support equipment.
Okay, cool.
So I kept her in the plane just because it makes it easier to dash her around for repairs and replenishment. I can't remember if I gave her the one with the upgraded missiles or not.
You see the damage.
Asking to get dead. I'm gonna... Safe.
That doesn't look that upgraded to me, no.
No, there was one got their missiles upgraded, one of the 3 jets. I might have to jigger her around. But but that's not too much of a worry.
Oh, well.
Absolutely fantastic theme on Garnet and Guido, but it's literally only in this game and for them two only.
Yep. It is a good song, though. But yeah, they retire from the military after this game,
Yeah.
so... They still appear in, like, all the way up to Moon Dwellers, they're still appearing as important NPCs.
Yeah,
but
just non-combat.
they just don't fight anymore because they're both retired, so...
They did get busy.
They did get pretty busy. No, Mr. Dracon 2000, this is OG1.
This is very, like... What's what I'm looking for? Like... Oh, I can't think of the right word. Quintessential OG1? There we go.
Oh, yes.
The Barrel Lion map of the SRX round.
You'll get to the quintessential OG2 sometime. The quintessential OG2 is when the inspectors launch their siege of the planet, and you get all these stupid missions where you're like, oh, you have to use these two characters, these underpowered characters who you've never used before and you're not allowed to upgrade or customize, and you have to fight like 30 fucking enemies with just the two of them, and then you have to fight a boss with just the two of them, and you're not allowed to use spirits either, and it's like, okay, fuck off. Mid-game OG2 is misery, mate. I fucking hate like the middle 10 stages of OG2. It's like the least fun Super Robot Wars has to offer. It's such a fucking slog.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you'll see what I mean when you get there, trust me. Just give it like in a few weeks you're going to be messaging me saying, oh god, you were right.
Yeah, the D-Beasts in Z2 are tedious.
Yeah. I didn't, honestly, Z2 never really bothered me that much. Like, I'll go on Super Robot Wars or general mecha communities and other communities, and they'll say, oh, I hate the dimensional beasts. They're so difficult. But it's like, for me, they have barriers, but the fact is that accuracy is fucking pig shit. So they couldn't land a single hit on me, you know? Like, I have the big O consistently dodging them, so I don't see what's so difficult about them, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that they're difficult, just tedious. That's I chose my words carefully there.
Oh yeah, they're very tedious, yeah, but I take tedious over some things, I tell you what, mate. And there's the opposite of tedious as well. Like every Super Robot Wars game has that one faction who are just completely useless and can never land a hit on you no matter how hard you try, you know? In OG1, it's the Arrogators. Once they start bringing out their forces in earnest in the second half of the game, their accuracy is in the pits. Like, you don't even have to use spirits. They cannot hit you, you know? Their accuracy is crap. You'll get the Grungust dodging them more than half the time. Their accuracy is just so shite. But you get a faction like that in every game. In OG2, it's the Einst. If it's not Alchemy or the other, like the Einst Regisseur, they won't hit you. There's no need to worry about them, you know?
Okay, no, I was gonna say Twin Beam Cannon's not gonna do anything, but no, it's got that weird... I don't know if it's a bug, but because I've got the screw part on him, which gives him S in water, for some reason he's able to use his beam cannons in the water?
It's not a bug, mate, that's because you have... Yes.
Oh, it is an intended effect? Okay.
Yes. Other than that, you have to understand that, other than that, the effect... How do I put it? Terrain is calculated by the target. So, for example, this Barrel Lion is using a railgun on you. What's calculated is Rai and the Schutzwald's water rating, not the guy firing its water rating, right? And because Rai has an S in water, and that guy has the weapon has like a B. It's kind of difficult like that. But for example, when you're underwater and you're firing, say, a machine gun at a guy in the air, what's calculated more is the target's terrain. So how can I'm trying to think of a good example. For example, you get a machine. Doesn't. How do I explain this shit? It's a complicated game mechanic.
Yeah.
So you've got a unit that's underwater, and you've got a gun that says, for example, it's got an S in sky, but only a B in water. Well, the guy you're shooting at is in the sky, therefore what counts is the sky rating. That's what actually is calculated there. With the exception of beam weapons, if you're underwater, unless you have a special part, you can't use beam weapons underwater, you know? God, that was complicated to explain, fuck. But that's how it works in OGs anyway. I don't know how it works in the other games, but I've played this game so many fucking times, mate, that I could write a thesis on it. Like I'm kind of like sick of looking at it, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
But yes, that's how that works, I'm afraid. Spiral attack. Hell yeah, do the spiral attack.
Yeah, well, there's not much point switching it to walking mode. Oh, 2 squares a turn? Yeah, no thanks.
Oh. Well, this person in chat's about to find out that alchemy is actually a mistranslation. Her name is Alchemy, and that's how we translated it.
Well, we're a little ways away from OG2 yet.
Oh yeah, you'll get there.
We'll get there.
There are lots of... we translated all the names as accurately as possible, but you'd be surprised how many people got upset about them even then. For example, Wodan's unit, it's like the official name is not an accurate translation of its name. Its actual name is like a made-up word. So it's like a combination of the Norse Titan, or the Norse Frost Giant rather, and the word sword. So we tried to create a hybrid word, just like they actually have in Japanese. But you'd be surprised how many people got upset about that. Because, I don't know, it's weird. People who don't translate games have weird opinions on how to translate games, you know?
You know, things like that, you're also going against, like, the established, what's the word, cultural zeitgeist? I don't know if that's quite the best way to put it, but, like, terms people have been using for years and known for years.
Oh, yeah. It's too bad, I'm afraid. This is the translation we ended up making. But I don't agree with every decision made in the translation, but ultimately I wasn't head of the project, so.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if necessary, I can keep a detranslation list, but that hasn't been particularly necessary for this. This is not Dragon Quest tier, that's for sure.
I'm hoping the translators I worked with do some other things. I don't actually know much about them. As far as I know, this is the only big translation they've ever worked on, so I hope I get to work with them again in the future, but who knows.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was done under, like, an actual group name or anything, was it?
Technically, no, but more than half the team are from the ROM hacking IRI, the same team who did Super Robot Wars J.
Yeah.
So you can technically consider this an unofficial IRI release if you want, but... sorry guys, I'm not in charge of the team, so I don't know what we're translating next.
Second OGs, I wouldn't place any bets on, because that's PS3 hacking, and there isn't much PS3 hackers yet.
Yeah, something else as well, even if we did have plans for what we're translating next, I'm not allowed to tell you, so... like, I cannot confirm nor deny anything we're working on, so...
Yeah, as I've said a few times on OGG, it'd basically be if the game engine's very similar to OG's, then hopefully you could use that as a starting point.
As far as I know, it's identical. Like, they really didn't change a whole lot.
Yeah, but as you were mentioning earlier, then the trick would be finding someone with the free time to translate a massive script.
Translating OGG would take another, like, 3 or 4 years at minimum, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if there is an OGG patch in the works, guys, don't expect it for another 5 or 6 years yet. And second OG would take even longer. Like, second OG could finish that by about 2030, maybe, you know? You gotta understand, just OGs took us, the whole team collectively, took us about 7 or 8 years. So, this is years and years of work you're looking at here, so... Oh, I hate these fucking missiles.
Now, are we 10%ing these missiles, or can we just fuck them up?
You'll see in a second. Yeah, the Alpha 1 translation, there's a whole story behind that. You know how, Bear, earlier you said there was a story behind Blue Sphere? there's a story like that on the Alpha 1 translation. I can't tell you what it is, but believe me when I tell you, there is a very good reason why Alpha 1 still isn't done. And I can tell you that it's a really fucking stupid reason too. Like, maybe in the future Gideon will allow me to talk about it, but once I do, believe me, you're going to be like, what the fuck? But trust me, there is a reason. I'm just not allowed to tell you what it is yet.
Okay, that's a bit of a weird line for Tenza. Pour a 40 out? That's... don't know about that. Yeah, well, yeah, OGs, like, second OGs, you're probably better off hoping that Bandai does their own, like, OG collection.
You definitely should be hoping for that, yeah.
Which I would love to see, and would be a great thing for them to do, but also, like, that's a fucking huge undertaking. Even as an official project, that's a ridiculous undertaking.
And we have no idea what the company are planning instead. Like, what was his name? The executive producer of the series, Summit Terada.
Terada,
he was even asked, like, multiple times, when is the next Super Robot World game coming in? He said, all he could say was, there's one in development, it's just not done yet.
Yeah, I think that was the last, like, official word we heard is, like, vaguely something is in development.
Yeah, but he's just not telling us yet because it's not done yet, you know? But I mean, that's also... I hope it doesn't go the way of, like, Metroid Prime 4 or Bayonetta 3, where they announced them years and years and years ago that we're working on them, and then just went completely silent and have never mentioned them again since, you know?
Yeah.
One day I hope and I dream that they'll suddenly say, hey, Metroid Prime 4 coming out next month, you know?
Well, didn't Metroid Prime, it got, like, bounced from different studios?
Yeah, but even that was years ago, you need to understand.
Yeah.
Like, they said years and years ago, they said, Nintendo said we were unable to develop it in-house, so we've given it to Retro Studios, the developer of the other Metroid Prime game, because we think they'll do a better job with it. But even that announcement was about 3 years ago now, and since then it's been complete silence, you know? I don't know, mate.
Masaki about to go. Oh, more Barrel Alliance. Oh, my favorite. Fuck.
Yeah, more Barrel Lines. At least these ones can't do sports.
Yeah, thank God. Yes, that's what you're there for, Masaki.
I'm really stubborn and proud, so I didn't leave this map until I'd killed every enemy.
Well, we're doing an all SRs run, so we gotta wipe out all of them.
Yep.
We gotta do it on a turn limit.
Retro are always switching something up. It's the same with it annoys me with the other game I mentioned that I've been waiting for is Bayonetta 3. Again, I love 1 and 2, and like, problem is with 3 is that, again, they said Platinum said they were working on it, and then just never mentioned it since, and they've released a bunch of other games instead. You know. I also think it's a damn shame as well, because have you played Bayonetta 2?
Yes, I really like it.
Here's the thing, I think it's genuinely a better game than 1 is. I really love Bayonetta 2, I think it's way better than 1. But here's the thing, nobody played it because it was only released on a couple of consoles, whereas Bayonetta 1 got a really wide release, you know?
Yeah,
This is also the same thing, going back about 20 years. What does FURF mean? Anyway, going back about 20 years, the same series that had a problem like that was Mega Man Legends, where Mega Man Legends 2 is like 100 billion times better than Mega Man Legends 1, but nobody played it because it was exclusive to PlayStation, whereas the first game got a much wider release, you know? And it's a shame because, again, Mega Man Legends 2 is, in my opinion, an underrated gem. I really like it.
As for what is FURF talking about there, Platinum announced...
I thought it was one of the best games on PlayStation 1, Legends 2. Way, way better than the first one.
Oh boy, that's one of the best PlayStation 1 games. Damn, that's...
There are a lot of good ones.
That's high statement. But Platinum announced a bunch of games all at once. But yeah, as you said there was one mystery one that was never announced. That was a while back now, wasn't it? That was possibly years back now.
In general, though, I'm gonna sound very old right now, but in general, the older I get, the less interested I am in modern video games.
Yeah, I feel you there, man.
Yep. I feel like in many ways all the artistry has been sucked out of the industry, and it's just now about making as much money as possible, you know?
Yep, I've certainly been more excited for like old games getting fan patches than I have been for a lot of modern stuff. Holy shit! Anna with the massive raid. 13 people, goddamn. That means there's now like double the viewership.
Well, I don't know what raiding is, because I've never really used
you don't
that
Twitch.
much.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know what the fuck's going on anyway.
Yeah, welcome Anna and crew.
Oh yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the older games, for example. I recently got the PlayStation 2 Macross game working on an emulator, and I am so much more excited to play that than like any game released in the last 3 years. You know, like that game is so much fun, and it's such a great adaptation of the Macross anime. It's more fun to play than like any modern game I can think of. You know.
Mm. One day I'll do full coverage of Skull Leader, and then Senki will stop bugging me about it.
Oh yeah. We also need to play Scrambled Valkyrie for Super Nintendo, mate. That's a good game, that one. Hard though, Jesus Christ. I'm talking like Gradius 3 hard.
Yeah, I have played Scrambled Valkyrie. I haven't streamed it.
Actually, I got that wrong. Let me say that name in the way that Americans pronounce it. Gradius 3. Fucking Yanks.
Is the Gihren's Greed patch still happening, Dracon? That was really active for a while, and I haven't heard anything in a long time.
I don't know. Let me check. There's a lot of Gihren's games.
Well, there was... Okay, so Gihren's Greed, Axis no Kyokai V was the one they were working on, but they were using PSP hackery... Oh, how much... So, I have played many Super Robot Wars games on stream, Anna. How many of them? There is very, very many. It is a ridiculously huge franchise at this point.
I can't find any information about the patch, so I'm guessing it might have been abandoned.
Well, it was an image board job, so it's one of those ones that's a little tricky to track down information for.
Oh, we've got Anatainment asking about Super Robot Wars. Well, if you include ports and remasters and stuff, there are more than 50 Super Robot Wars games in total.
Yeah.
But only a small handful of them have been translated into English. The one my friend here is playing is one that I helped work on. Well, translate. Yeah, because I think only like 2 games in the series have been translated into... No games in the series have been translated into German.
I don't think any of them have had a German release.
And let me think. Only 2 Super Robot Wars games were released in the West, and they were not released in Europe. They were only released in America and Canada, I think.
Okay, so OG1 and 2 didn't get the like standard 5-language European release.
No, didn't. It was only released, like I say, Atlas only released it in
the
America,
US,
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure.
Because I have physical copies of OG1 and 2 for the GBA, but I have Japanese copies, not English copies.
Right. No, I don't have anything like that. Obviously, mate, I've just played it on an emulator.
Well, that's back in the day. I had a piracy cart for the GBA, so I played them on actual hardware, as I always do, but via ROM.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if someone wants to translate this game into German, feel free.
That'd be a...
I mean, I could probably help with that. Ich spreche Deutsch, so I could probably help. Though German is my second language and I'm not fluent, so I'm okay at it.
But it's for SLW specifically. This is OG's, which is an original like completely original story cast robots world.
It doesn't have any. It's not a crossover of any kind. There's no anime in it. It's just original stuff.
Yeah, and this is the first game in that universe. This particular the PS2 compilation includes OG1 and 2, and then what's usually referred to as OG 2.5, which is the lead into OG Gaiden.
And OG Gaiden comes afterward, and like OG Gaiden's difficult to kind of talk about. It's like not really a third game. It's like half of a game. It's like 2.5, really. You know. I don't know. I thought it was. It's hard to talk about OG Gaiden because all my memories of it are just that really tedious boss fight with Dark Brain.
I've not sat down and properly played OG Gaiden, so I can't even.
To answer this Archangel person, no, OG Gaiden is not a side story. It is part of the main timeline.
Despite the fact that it's called Gaiden.
Yes, despite the fact that it's called Gaiden, it is not actually a side story.
Just to make things more confusing for you.
Yes. It's absolutely part of the main timeline, and like something like almost all of the plot points it introduces are followed up on in the sequels. So. No, Alpha Gaiden is also not a side story. I mean, vaguely?
Yeah, you can sort of cheat with that one because it happens in a alternate timeline.
Yeah, it's like an alternate timeline which the characters cross over into, but then go back.
Yeah, so that first introduces Zengar, who then comes back from that timeline into the main timeline.
And the events of that timeline are important because part of their motivation in Alpha 2 and 3 is trying to prevent that future from happening, you know?
Yeah.
It is important to the timeline, but you can skip it if you really want to, but like I wouldn't personally.
I mean, Alpha Gaiden's great, and it's one of the few available in
yeah.
English, so there's no reason not to play it.
It's actually, in my opinion, it's way, way better than the first Alpha. Like, just as a game to play, you know? I think the gameplay is way, way better.
Yeah, well, they definitely improved on their just everything.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I was never the biggest fan of Super Robot Wars Alpha 1. Like I think the story's fun, and I like how ambitious it is for the time. But at the same time, I find the gameplay really tedious.
Yeah, it suffers a bit from being sort of the first of a new breed.
Yeah. I also feel the same way about sort of. Let me think. Alpha 2 is sort of like that to me. I still like Alpha 2. I've played through it twice. But the problem is with it is that like Alpha 3 improves on so many things about it that it's kind of hard to go back to after playing Alpha 3. The worst in terms of, well, that's kind of like cheating because I can say any of the Super Nintendo ones or the NES one. That's kind of cheating, really, because they're so primitive compared to, like, even starting in the late 90s, the early Super Robot Wars games are so primitive that they're really difficult to play now, you know? That's kind of cheating, I'm afraid. If we have to answer the question, though, what has the worst one? Debatably, Alpha 1 made the sprites move. Like, they still didn't really. Like, some of them did. For example, in Alpha 1, for example, the Astronagunt, Ingram's Astronagunt, had basically sucked up all the animation budget because it's fully animated, all of its attacks are. But then you get units like the Gundam Mark II, where its most advanced animation is drawing and firing a beam rifle with only, like, 2 sprites changing. So, like, it's debatable to say Alpha 1 is the first one to have fully animated sprites. In my opinion, that would be Alpha 2, but that's my opinion.
Oh, Alpha Gaiden.
Well, again, not every unit in Alpha Gaiden had full animation.
Because of some of them are literally recycled from Alpha. But a lot of them, a lot of the new stuff did.
The same for Impact. Impact, a lot of them are animated. Like the G Gundam units in Impact are absolutely amazing, but then a lot of them again are just recycled from Alpha. So, but then for Alpha 2 they redrew all of the sprites. So if you ask my subjective opinion, the first one to use fully animated units was Alpha 2. I know not everyone agrees with me on that, so. Let's see then, let's stick to plot. What's the worst one for plot, I'm thinking?
God, this absolute banger of a theme. I'm sad it's only used for these two.
Tell me about it. I'm trying to think, wait. Who's in that Gespenst type TT? Okay, I was confused for a second there. Anyway, worst terms of plot. You know, mate, I really don't know. I can't think of one I don't actually like, you know? Well, good night, Zapper Man.
Oh, see you, Zapper.
Guilty Gear fan over here.
But, he's also Akarasu regular.
Oh, right, okay. No, I can't think of one that has a bad plot necessarily. No. Like maybe the Z3 games because they waste so many series. Like in Z3 and Z3-2, something like more than half the series list are just no plot, you know? It just comes off as a complete waste.
You
like the worst. Sorry, go on.
You could probably say 2, like SW2, but because it's.
I thought I wasn't counting the early games because they're kind of cheat answers. Yeah. They're obvious, aren't they? So.
But like I didn't dislike 2. It's just very basic.
I'd take out one with low HP if I were you, mate, because Daitetsu usually needs the experience points.
He should be fine, I think. You're not wrong. He does need the levels for the secret. But I think I've already worked pretty okay on Daitetsu.
Usually, if character needs leveling up, I usually give them first dibs at the beginning of a turn. Like, what enemy has the lowest health, I have them kill it, so they're guaranteed to get experience points, you know?
When I'm doing, like, SRs like this, I usually try to just weaken everything and then kill them with the counterattacks.
I don't find that as fun.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let me think. The worst Super Robot Wars mechanics. Again, I'm thinking possibly like modern Super Robot Wars. I'm thinking either possibly Neo or Alpha 1, you know? Neo is just a mess.
Where did that Tausendfussler come from? What's it?
What?
Not a Tausendfussler at all.
It's a stalk, mate. Yeah, I'm not sure, but seems to have snuck up on you.
I guess that's what dropped the barrel lines. Oh, something else to remove.
Careful, they have barriers.
OP machine gun doesn't. Yeah.
Stalks are really tedious to fight, in my opinion, because they have a lot of HP, a lot of defense. They're big, and they have a barrier. And fighting them is just, but they have shit accuracy, so they'll never hit you. But fighting them is just really tedious, you know.
OP machine gun just doesn't care.
Okay.
The 5k crits, just whatever.
I like the animation on the stalks. It's a pretty good airship design. Like I like this cannons here. They just pop out of the top like that. Zap, zap. That's not that. Even if that hit you, that wouldn't do much damage because you're in the water.
Yeah.
Terrains, by the way, were a lot more important in the classic games, where it wasn't uncommon to have like a unit with 3 C ranks, you know. And in general, the terrain buffs and debuffs were a lot more dramatic in the classic games.
Yeah, well, I mean, you still get some maps like this game in particular. It does it a couple of times where they intentionally stack enemies on really high regen squares, and it's just like, oh, blah.
It happens.
Like the actual last map of the game, when it spawns the reinforcement waves, if you haven't filled up the regen squares, they'll all spawn onto the regen squares.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, and attainment is off.
Ah, see ya, Anna.
Well, yeah, terrains were a lot more important in the previous games, I gotta say. I'll tell you what though, a lot of what bothered me about Alpha 1, for example, was just the, oh, you got hit. That still did a decent amount of damage, Jesus. My problem with Alpha 1 a lot of the time was just a really tedious stage design. Like, in one of like, it was like stage 11 or something, you're forced to fight one of the Kikaiju from one of the Mazinger Getter crossovers, and it's so fucking tedious.
Wait,
because it's underwater.
Like, the fucking Garada Double-S? The mixed breed thingy?
This thing from the Mazinger and Getter crossover film is underwater. It will not come out of water. It has an attack range of like 11. All sound its attack does not use EN or ammo. It has like 30,000 HP, which for that early in the game is insane. It regenerates. It's got HP regen L.
Ugh.
And because it's underwater and the majority of your units are Gundams, it's just so fucking annoying to fight. Like, a lot of the time you have Getter 3, so you can use Getter 3 to deal some real damage, but the problem is it'll heal that back in one turn.
Yeah.
You know? After a point, like, every time I play Alpha 1, I usually get stuck in that stage, and I have to play it like 5 times before I finally manage to win. Because it creates a stalemate. It can't hit me, but I can't do enough damage to it to outpace its regeneration. So I just get bored, honestly. Like, that's my problem with Alpha 1, is its stage design at times is just really unforgiving, you know?
Yeah, the earlier SRWs certainly had some brutal moments.
Oh, yeah. I also don't like the stage. If you're on the real robot route in Alpha 1, I also don't like the first time you get the Hyukbine Mark III, where the problem with that one is you're basically stuck with it soloing about 20 enemies, and by the time reinforcements will show up, you will have run out of ammo in your gun, you know? It's just so annoying like that. Because you can't upgrade the Mark III. It carries over upgrades from the Mark II, yes, but that doesn't include weapons. So, like, the enemies probably won't be able to hit you, but the problem is, you won't be able to do much damage to them, and you'll quickly run out of ammo. So... Yep, he's doing.
Is he bailing, or is he...
We'll see.
No, okay, he's just bitching. So if he's bailing, we're in trouble.
He's not going to hit you. I see what you mean about that upgrade.
Yeah, it makes Masaki go from, like, oh god, to, okay, actually really good.
Yeah. I also don't think that Loon has great evasion either, but she's still better than Masaki.
Technically, this one isn't a crossover, Jumpco. This is all original units.
Yeah. Super Robot Wars games are usually crossovers of lots of different robot anime, but this game in particular isn't. It's just original ones created for this game, or not so much this game, more created for this series in general.
Yeah.
If you will, it's a crossover of previous Super Robot Wars games.
If you wanted to get really pedantic, you could argue that because the Cybuster is here, it's technically featuring an anime mech, because Cybuster did have an anime before this game happened, but the Cybuster itself is originally from...
different from... Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Cybuster itself is originally from SRW 2.
Yeah.
So its first appearance is as an SRW original.
You gonna turn the animation off then, mate?
Yeah, at this point. We don't need to watch the same attack.
Like, usually, on enemy turns, I turn the animations off.
If we're watching, like, attacks we haven't seen much before, like... Whoop, okay, I didn't mean to... I meant to turn that one on there, because we don't get to see the missiles often. Wrong button. I was gonna say, if it's attack we haven't seen much before, or don't get to see much, or if it's gonna be potentially, like, interesting voice lines...
Or a dynamic kill.
Yeah, then I'll turn the animations on enemy turns, but usually when it gets to this point where you're just kind of grinding through things.
Yeah, well, to answer Jumpco's question, no. Transformers has never appeared in the series, and it's largely because Transformers is really not very popular in Japan, like at all. Though also because it's partially owned by a Japanese company and partially owned by an American company.
Yeah.
It's basically impossible to get it into a crossover like this. Like,
Right.
There are so many legal loopholes around it.
Yeah.
Legal requirements around it. And like I said, Super Robot Wars is marketed to the Japanese first, and Transformers is just like really not very popular in Japan at all. So. It's not unpopular in Japan. Transformers is popular with children and like toy collectors, but like you go to the West, like especially in America, it's a fucking cultural institution, you know. Like in America, Transformers is gigantic, but it's not that big anywhere else in the world, you know.
What about Hero Senki, there, Starman? What's the question there?
Yeah, I didn't get what he was asking either.
Yeah. If you meant Masaki, Cybaster, Shu, and Granzon are in Hero Senki, but that they're not from that. They're originally from SRW2.
Yeah.
Gespenst and Ingram?
Gilliam.
Gilliam. I always get those two mixed up. Are from...
Yeah, they're from Hero Senki as well. And Gilliam, however, and Villetta and the Argon did debut in a PlayStation 1 RPG that was basically a sequel to Hero Senki.
Yep.
What was it called?
Superhero Sakusen, which we have actually streamed
That's the
before. Not the full thing, but we did do a good chunk of Superhero Sakusen. Unfortunately, no English.
Indeed. And yeah, like Jumpco says, Transformers have had a lot of exclusive merchandise, manga, and anime, but even with all that, it's never broken into the mainstream in Japan. Like it's never become as big as it is anywhere else, you know. Yuzeth is also from Superhero Sakusen. He was the villain in that game.
Yes, you're right. They were the shopkeepers in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Superhero Sakusen.
I'll be completely honest, I've never been into Transformers. Like, I was born in 1990, so I grew up a little too late to get into it in the West. And by the time I was an adult, I tried watching it, and I just thought it was really fucking boring. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I've never really gotten into Transformers either. I enjoyed Beast Wars. And that was about it.
The one I've seen that I actually really enjoyed was Prime, but even then, I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't give it more than like a 7 out of 10, you know? It was alright. It was something, I liked it, and I'd watch it again in the future, but it was still nothing that special, you know?
You know,
everyone else seems to love Transformers, so obviously I'm missing something, aren't I? So.
I think part of it's to do with the toys, because like part of what I remember for Beast Wars is just the really cool toys.
Oh yeah, the toys have always been really cool. Well, yeah, the toys are manufactured by Takara Tomy, and they know toys.
Yeah. Well, Transformers is basically a toy ad.
Yeah. So are a lot of mecha anime.
Yes, most of them are. But I was going to say Transformers sort of goes beyond just being a toy ad.
A lot of them are. Like, even ones you don't expect. For example, you'd be surprised how many non-Japanese people don't understand just how ridiculously merchandised Evangelion was, you know? Like, in terms of, like, merchandise sales and, like, merch, manga, books, video games, everything, it's, like, second only to Macross and Gundam, you know? Like, Evangelion is so fucking heavily merchandised. Like, the entire franchise is driven by its merchandise sales. But you'd be surprised how many people don't seem to get that. You know, but a lot of mecha anime do have merch sales behind them, but then at the same time, that applies to like most anime in general, you know?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it's all about the dollars.
It is, yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Mr. Darkrai, Noah the Darkrai, is that compared to a lot of mecha anime I've seen, Evangelion is fucking kid stuff. I have seen way darker and way more violent and depressing series than Evangelion, mate. Trust me. And plus, they don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know this, but Evangelion is basically a giant rip-off of Raideen.
Well, it's also like super heavily Ultraman inspired because
oh yeah,
Anno is a huge Ultraman nerd.
And it's also inspired by Gundam and what do you call it? Raideen. It takes a ton from Raideen. Let me get the thing up. I told a friend of mine this. No, not you. Where's Townsman?
Brain Powered came a fair bit later. Or not a fair
Sorry?
bit later, but Brain Power was a few years after.
Brain
Eva.
Power was like 2 years after Evangelion, yeah. That's always a weird one. Like, I've heard Brain Power described as Tomino's take on Evangelion, but in my opinion, having seen both shows, they have pretty much nothing in common at all.
Yeah, it's just
you
a
know?
Tomino show. Like, it's, yeah.
They really, and Evangelion was primarily inspired by Tomino shows. So, you know, it's kind of the other way around, really. Let me get the description up for it. Here it is here. So you've got Brave Raideen, right? It was Tomino's first ever mecha anime from 1975, Super Robot. Here we go. It's about a guy who is called to a secret base to pilot a giant robot that he has to synchronize with. The robot is alive and responds only to him, and it has to synchronize with it, of course. Under the base is in ruins of an ancient civilization from thousands and thousands of years ago. The bad guys want to get under the base so they can get this thing and conquer the world. Along the way, the main character is helped out by supporting characters who are named Rei, Asuka, and Mari. His father is a morally ambiguous man in glasses, and sometimes his glasses shine in a way that hides his eyes. Raideen was a gift left to him by his late mother. This is sounding very, very familiar. Only this show came 20 years before Evangelion. I am completely serious. I'm not making this shit up, believe me. Like, it could not be more obvious that when writing Evangelion, he was heavily inspired by Brave Raideen.
I'd say go watch Brave Raideen, but unfortunately you can't yet.
It's not subtitled.
Yeah,
so
it's mostly done.
They're like 2/3 of the way done subtitling it.
Yeah, I'm just where are we? It's M subs. Yeah, the last one they did was episode 37.
That was Sunrise. Yeah, Sunrise did Raideen. And also another one is that the main villain in Brave Raideen is a guy in red with blonde hair who wears a mask. Only it's you can't say he's a Shah clone because it's the other way around. Because Tomino made Brave Raideen and then 4 years later he made Gundam. So technically, Shah is a Prince Sharkin clone. And since it was the same director, he was ripping himself off basically.
Yeah, at that point, I don't like you're not. I feel like you're not ripping yourself off. You're
It was a joke, mate.
improving upon your own formula.
Yes. The other thing is that Prince Sharkin wore a very, very short tunic, which allegedly made him very popular with female audiences at the time. I'm serious.
Oh, fair enough.
Brave Raideen was a pretty big deal, though. Like, besides Getter Robo, Brave Raideen, like Raideen was the first ever living mecha, unless you count Getter Robo, and it was also how do you put it? It was also the first mecha to transform that wasn't already a combiner like Getter Robo. You know, Raideen can transform into a bird form for flight. So it was the first for a lot of different things, Raideen. It was really a revolutionary show, and nobody appreciates it anymore because it's not subtitled in English. Like, all the things it introduced were revolutionary for the genre, things that we now take for granted in mecha anime, you know?
But also, it goes pretty dark as well, doesn't it? So it's one of the earlier examples of that as well.
I've heard it. That's another way again that it's Evangelion was inspired by. Raideen is very similar to Ideon in tone. And Ideon is famous for being really dark and depressing, so...
Also famous for no one's actually really watched it.
Oh, that too, yeah. Like, for all the people I hear praising Raideen, I only know like 3 guys who've actually watched it, and of those, only one of them liked it. So... Ideon is just like, it has some great ideas, but the pacing is just fucked up. It's so slow.
Turn are we on? Fair bit of time to spare yet.
You play this game a lot more aggressively than I do. I always play Super Robot Wars games really, I always play really defensively.
Yeah, because I try to do all SRs, that usually forces a more aggressive playstyle.
I don't. What do you mean you never have to watch old UC Gundam? Why wouldn't you? Old UC Gundam is fucking awesome.
What?
They got a person in your chat saying if you play Super Robot Wars from start to finish, you never have to watch old UC Gundam. Yeah, you do.
I would not say SOW ever stands in for, like, UC plotline.
Especially the original, the OG Gundam from 1979.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see it done well.
I love it. I love the original Gundam. I think it's better than Zeta, it's better than ZZ, it's better than Shell's Counterattack. The original Gundam is fucking amazing.
That's a line.
Oh, I know people disagree with me on that, but I'm just saying.
Don't get me wrong, I really enjoy 0079. I'm one of the people that says, like, you often see people saying, oh, just watch the compilation movies. No, watch the series.
You have to watch the series. It's so good.
Yeah. No, I'm in that camp, but saying the original's better than Zeta?
Oh, I don't like that, mate. I think Double Zeta is better than Zeta, okay?
Fair enough.
I do love Double O. Double O is my favourite Gundam show overall.
Oh.
Your reinforcements on.
Yeah, I just realised.
Oh, maybe you're not. Okay, never mind.
I'm expecting it like next turn.
Yeah. I love Double O. It's my favourite. I love it. But my second favourite is a tie between the original 0079 and X. I love X.
I really like Season 1 of 00. Season 2 does a bunch of stuff I'm not particularly fond of.
I like both equally.
Yeah, I don't like. They did Soma dirty in Season 2. They killed Sergei. I really didn't like the Neil Lyle cop-out.
That was a bit dumb, I agree with you there, yeah.
And I really dislike Macross Princess. What's her name? The singing princess.
I don't know, I can't remember. It's been years since I watched it.
Marina, something like that.
Oh yeah, Marina, yeah. I don't know, I thought it was fine. Thinking about it though, there is only one Gundam series I honestly say I didn't enjoy. So, I'm a big fan of the whole franchise, to be honest.
Which one didn't you like?
The only one I didn't like was Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Ah, yeah, okay, fair. That's, yeah, okay.
I used to think that Seed Destiny was the worst one, until I watched Iron-Blooded Orphans.
IBO's probably my least favourite, and I've only seen Season 1 of IBO, which is meant to be the good part.
Oh yeah, Season 1 was okay. Like, I give Season 1 a 6 out of 10, maybe some episodes were a 7 out of 10, and Season 2 I'd give a fucking 0 out of 10. I thought it was atrocious. Awful, awful.
I actually really like Build Fighters. Build Fighters Try, the original...
I like the Build Fighters, yeah. I remember the first Build Fighters was really well received, but then Build Fighters Try, everyone said was just rubbish in comparison, but I disagree. I thought it was just as good.
I highly disagree. Fine. I really like Try.
I don't think it was as good as the first Build Fighters, but I thought it was great, you know? I love Age. I fucking love Age. I can't... Oh my god. When I watched Age, I was cautious because everyone told me it was terrible, and then I watched it and I thought, what the fuck are people talking about? This is awesome. You know?
So I've only seen Gen 1 and Gen 2 of Age because I was watching it as it was airing, and I didn't have a problem with either of them.
I like the first arc best, but I still like the second and third.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say it falls apart in the third arc. One of these days, I'll get around to watching it proper.
I've heard the opposite as well. A lot of people say the third arc is the only good one. So there's a lot of, and I know another guy who says the second arc is the only good one. So
Which
let me see, Jump Coat. Mega Man was in Super Robot Wars
Cross Omega? Yeah.
which was a mobile phone gacha game, and he didn't turn giant, he was regular size. But units like that are already in Super Robot Wars.
Yeah, SSS units are not uncommon.
It's just SS, mate.
Oh.
But for example,
Oh.
Tekkaman Blade is in Super Robot Wars, and that's a guy who's about 2 meters tall. So, you know. Or Detonator Orgun, same thing. It's a bloke in armor.
There's a great map early on in Z2 where Baron Ashura, as just Baron Ashura, punches out the fucking Marzinger.
Yep. Master Asia, and in Alpha 1, from Giant Robo, Alberto the Impact takes on a fucking angel on foot and fights to a draw.
God damn.
That's one of my favourite scenes as well. In Alpha 1, like, what was the first angel called? The one that attacks Nerve HQ first? It's like the big black one that the spear comes out of its hand.
Yeah. I should know this, and I can't remember.
No, Mr. Darkrai. Misato's car has a sprite in L, but it's not playable. It appears in a cutscene and then gets blown up.
Well, Pop Tepic is in Cross Omega again. It doesn't count.
Yeah.
Didn't Obari design their mech for that crossover?
Yes, and he also designed the one for the Zombieland Saga crossover.
Right.
Which, yes, that's a real thing, people. We're not making this up. The pilot from Gao, you mean Guy? Yeah, he has an on-foot battle in one game.
Which?
It's an Alpha 2, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I was gonna say I can't remember a sprite for like just flat Guy.
It does happen once.
Yeah, no, I believe you. And Alpha 2 sounds like the one, because that's the first.
Warrior Raw does it in OGs.
Yeah, but that's Raw.
Yeah, it's true.
His first appearance was in human form.
Yeah, that's true, okay. But no, what happens in Alpha 1, mate, is where that first angel that attacks Nerve HQ shows up, and it interrupts Alberto the Impact dinner. So he steps out, adjusts his tie, and he fights it to a standstill on foot. It's actually fucking amazing. The reason he leaves is because he's too fast for it to hit him, but at the same time, he can't break through its AT field. So he gets bored and just says, you know what, those guys at Nerve can handle this, I'm bored now, and leaves. And then later in the game, he fucks up a G-Gun. The Earth Federation launched the G-Gun mobile suit for the first time, and he appears and destroys it in one punch.
Poor Cheekins. Actually, Cheekins is one of my favourite, gym designs.
I know, I like the G-Guns myself, they're pretty nice. But yeah, that happens, and you'd be surprised, people get upset about this. They'll say, no, that can't happen because, like, in Evangelion, an angel would just instantly kill a human. It's like, right, but he's not a normal human. He's Alberto the fucking Impact, isn't he? You know? There's a point where you have to bend the rules a little bit to make crossovers work, I feel.
Yeah, there's, like, as far as SW goes, I'm willing to give a lot of leeway. But I'm also not the type of person to get into, like, a pedantic power level argument either.
No, I'm not either. I don't give a shit. You know? It's all fiction anyway, who cares?
Bar's great, man. She's, like, one of the best supporting units just in general in SRW. Far is great.
You just put the Methus in flight form and just have her run up and heal people. It's great.
Yeah. She keeps you in the game in the earlier SRWs. Her and fucking Sayaka.
Indeed.
Yeah, like, exactly. Bonta-kun is just silly shenanigans, but it's fun, so yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of Bonta-kun, but that's because I didn't like Fumofu. I just don't find it fun. I just find it a really boring anime. It's not funny. Like, I don't find it funny, so there you go.
A friend of mine, she enjoys Full Metal Panic, but Fumofu is easily her favorite part of the franchise.
I like Full Metal Panic, but again, I don't like Fumofu. I just don't think it's funny at all. And it's the same thing with Martian Success in Nadeshiko. Like, I just don't find it funny, which means I basically can't enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a comedy show. If the comedy doesn't hit, then yeah, it's just gonna fall flat on its face.
The opposite is happens with Vandred, though. Vandred is the same in that it's largely comedy-based, but I actually think Vandred is funny and charming, so I like it.
I've never seen Vandred, so...
It's... How do I put this? Vandred has been in the Cross Omega mobile gacha game, by the way. But Vandred is... How do I put this? It's Nadeshiko, but funny.
I find Nadeshiko funny.
There you go. It's basically a harem comedy in space.
Right.
Like, it's about the crew of a ship who are trying to find their way home in deep space, and to defend themselves they have giant robots, and it's also a harem comedy.
Huh. See, if you dropped the harem comedy bit, I'd probably be really on board with that.
I thought it was funny personally, but not.
Oh, okay. It's no. I might check this out. Early 2000s.
It was made in 2000
Yeah.
by Studio Gonzo,
Yep.
meaning the mecha are all CGI.
Yeah.
And they look
Oh
like complete
god.
shit.
Yeah, they're gonna be so bad. Oh my.
Oh yes. It didn't bother me that much because the characters were enjoyable. So.
Oh dear.
Now, here's a fun fact for Dracon 2000. Vifam, Round Vernier Vifam, is at the top of the fan polls for inclusions in Super Robot Wars. Fans all over the world, that is the one they want most in Super Robot Wars. To the point where the series executive producer has had to address it in a stream. The reason Vifam has not been in Super Robot Wars is because it's simply too hard to adapt. That's all there is to it. They've tried, they have the rights to it, they could put it in a game right now. The problem is, they cannot figure a way to make its story work in Super Robot Wars.
I do not know its plot at all, so I got no idea what's going on there.
It's about a bunch of children lost in space. There are no adults at all.
I was gonna say,
have a mecha for self-defense.
With the subtitle Galactic Drifter, I'm assuming it's a space-based.
I mean, yeah,
it is Galactic Drifter VFAM. That's
literally the guy in charge of the Super Robot Wars games said he can't make VFAM work in it. So, like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you guys. Take it up with him, I guess. You know, the guy who makes these games. To be honest, I wouldn't like to see Heroic Age in Super Robot Wars. I mean, maybe I would, because my problem with Heroic Age is that it was fucking boring. So, like, maybe if it had more action, I would have enjoyed it.
I want Majestic Prince.
Oh, I love Majestic Prince. I would love to see Majestic Prince. Majestic Prince is one of my favourites. I would love to see that in Super Robot Wars. It was in Cross Omega.
Bebop worked for sort of. It didn't.
Yeah, it made Cowboy Bebop work by ignoring 95% of its
Yeah,
story.
that's the problem.
Like, they cut out almost its entire story to make it fit into Super Robot Wars. That's the problem. It's the same with Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water. Like, it only uses the last 4 episodes of the show because they couldn't make the rest work in the game.
Again, Sakura Wars was in Cross Omega. That you might be able to get into an actual SRW.
I imagine so.
Its plot is much less complicated to put in. It's just Magic Mechs, basically.
If I had dream shows to show up in a future Super Robot Wars game, top of my list would be Xenogears, obviously. Even though that's not a show. Shut up, they've had virtual on.
Hey, I'd be down for that.
I would like to see more Gundam Seed Astray. I want to see more Astray, because the only Super Robot Wars game that's been in is W. I would like to see Eureka 7 AO. I would love to see that in Super Robot Wars, because I think it'd be perfect. And I just love that show in general. It's one of my favourites. What else would I like to see? Dairuga 15. I would love to see that one as well.
That could be fun. The series everyone forgets.
I mean, Better Man has already been in a proper Super Robot Wars game. It was in Compact 3. Better Man's already been in. I would love to see Braiga, more Braiga as well, because Braiga is one of my Braiga is tied with Dairuga for my favourite early 80s Super Robot. I absolutely love Braiga.
Have we had the other J9 series, or have we only ever had Braiga?
we've had Backsinger and Sasuraiga, but only in one game, and those two shows aren't even subbed.
like
so.
fucking Neo or GC or something wonky like that?
They were in GC.
Yeah, okay.
But they were, if I recall, that game didn't even use their plots.
Oh, okay. That's a shame.
It didn't use Braiga's plot either. The only Super Robot Wars game to use Braiga's plot is Alpha Gaiden, and even then it only uses a tiny bit.
Very, very loosely, yeah. I did use...
That's that, though. What I mean is, you get used to that because, like, Trider G7 has been in... Fucking hell, let me think. Trider G7 has been in, like, 10 Super Robot Wars games, and of them, only one uses any of its plot, and that one that did only used about 5% of its plot. So... That one I'm talking about is GC, by the way.
I've never really been big into Trider. It doesn't quite do it for me.
So I don't blame you.
Oh, it's not. It just even like as a mech design and its music, it just doesn't. It hasn't caught me. Maybe if it gets subbed and like it turns out actually the story's really good.
I enjoyed the show, but it's not that good. Like. I enjoyed the show, but I wouldn't really recommend it. It was okay. Like, if I had to recommend like a Super Robot show from the early 1980s, I'd say Godmars or Dairaga or Braiga. And yes, there are subbed episodes on YouTube, but only like 5 out of 50 episodes. And in the business, you don't consider a show subbed unless every episode is subbed.
Some things get a pass. Like I'll pass Wataru even with its HK subs because it's
yes, like Wataru subs are on the higher end of Crabstick subs, definitely.
I'd say it's quite watchable, but mostly because Wataru uses such simple language. If you've got any grasp of Japanese, like the subtitles are just
all the characters are children anyway. So yeah.
And I've said before, I actually really enjoyed watching Wataru with the HK subs because they were an extra level of comedy to it. Watching them try to translate from Japanese to Chinese to English, the pun names of the characters in Wataru. Well, that was a mess.
Each season? I don't remember Wataru having seasons. I remember having a bunch of really shit OVAs.
It had three seasons and then a fourth one recently, I think.
They weren't really seasons because the third one was made like nearly a decade later. So I wouldn't really call it a season. But let me see here. Future shows. Vifam's alright, yeah. Heroic Age, no. Majestic Prince is fucking based. Gigantic Formula. Zega Pain is a masterpiece. I love that one. Get a TV series after Armageddon that had Japan. You mean New Getter? Because that's been in Super Robot Wars.
New Getter's only been in like one.
Oh, my cat's on my desk. Get down. Valve Rave was pretty good. I liked Valve Rave. I don't understand what everyone hated about it because I thought it was all right. Knights of Sidonia is fucking Kino. I fucking love Knights of Sidonia.
Yeah, I'd be easily down for Valve Rave and Sidonia no Kishi and New Getter. I've said for years I want to see New Getter in more SOW.
Do this to you. The characters in the anime pronounce it Sidonia. But I love Knights of Sidonia. It's fantastic. I finished the anime and then the film wasn't out yet. It still isn't. So I read the manga instead and I loved it. You know. Yeah,
I really enjoyed the anime. I thought it was fantastic.
I usually wouldn't because. The anime is obviously all CG, but it actually ended up being really good.
Yeah, I tell people that are looking to watch it, give it a few episodes because it is awkward at first.
The manga is like that as well. The manga, in my opinion, doesn't pick up until about chapter 15. You know. No, I really like Knights of Sidonia. I've heard that the film that they're bringing out is actually very, very different from the from the manga. The film is going to follow a completely different story made by the same mangaka. Like he's involved and he's writing the movie.
He's writing an original script for it. That's cool.
Yeah, so that's interesting. That's what they did with Ray Earth as well. The second half of the Ray Earth anime is a completely new story that doesn't follow the manga, but they still brought in the author of the manga to write it. So, what's going on here? Let's have a look. I'll Noah Zero is in Super Robot Wars DD, which is a mobile phone game. I also liked I'll Noah Zero, so I'd be up for that. Darling in the Franxx was, I'd say, in my bottom 10 mech anime. I thought it was shite. Yeah, I'd love to play some the S Super Robot Wars games too. I don't think it could, but I wish it didn't, because Galaxy Express 999 was the second most boring anime I've ever seen in my life.
You could maybe get away with it in a Battleship slot, but that'd be weird.
Yeah. But watching that felt like being tortured to death. It was so unbelievably fucking boring.
And of course, I did actually quite enjoy it.
The most boring was the original Captain Harlock.
And yeah.
That show is so unfathomably boring that I felt like the universe was ending. I'm serious. I'm completely serious.
As we have discussed before, I also quite enjoyed the original.
It's just a bunch of characters standing around and talking. And then the next episode is a bunch of characters standing around and talking.
Yep,
and the next episode is a bunch of characters standing around and talking. Just fucking do something already. Like, I didn't love Endless Orbit SSX, but I still thought it was the better Harlock story because it had an actual plot where things happened, you know? I didn't think it was a masterpiece or anything, but it was a lot better.
Yeah, no, I quite enjoyed the original Harlock. I really enjoyed Galaxy Express, so yeah.
Oh, no. I think you're all wrong, mate, but that's the beauty of our friendship, is that we can disagree on things.
Yeah, as I said before, we were well aware that I enjoy slow, talky shows that do
nothing. We don't
nothing.
agree on these things, but...
I mean, one of my all-time favorite animes is Dot Hack Sign, and that is sitting around doing nothing, the anime.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that, mate. I'll tell you what, though, that reminds me, though, of another Matsumoto show. I love Yamato 2199. That's one of my favourite anime. I tried watching the original Yamato from 1974, and again, probably the third most boring anime I've ever seen. Awful. I really don't understand how it became a big deal, because it's so fucking boring. But I love 2199. Like, it's so much better, it's unreal.
Yeah, it's one of those few cases where the remake just invalidates the original's existence.
Let's answer Dracon 2000. What about Old School Legend of Galactic Heroes? Well, considering what I've said about the last three shows, mate, what do you think I thought it was like? What do you think? How do you think I enjoyed it? A show where people do nothing but stand around and talk for 30 episodes in a fucking row. What do you think?
Yeah, I have to get around to watching it because it very much sounds like my sort of thing.
Oh, mate, yeah, it is pretty good if you like a slow burn political drama in space.
Yep.
But I don't. So I like things to move. I like plot. I like stuff to happen. Spaceships to blow up. Ixer is in L, by the way. What else was there? Escaflowne was pretty good. I liked Escaflowne. My only complaint about Escaflowne was that it didn't have a lot of action. That's it, really.
Was it Escaflowne? They had ridiculously huge noses?
I think so. Well, I've been here about half an hour longer than I planned to. That's
if you need to bail, man, by all means, don't.
Well, it's more that Sunday is the only day my partner and I get off together, and I'm also not available all day tomorrow, so.
Right.
It's the only day both of us don't work, so. Also, Chrono Cross is based.
Yes. I really like Chrono Cross. We've had this discussion before as well. I really like Chrono Cross until it goes maximum Chrono Trigger at the end.
Oh yeah, I like it until the end.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite PlayStation 1 RPGs until the end. Well, anyway, lads, I better get going because we're going to be having dinner in an hour or two, so...
Thanks for coming, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me there, and thanks for letting me babble on and on and on, because I do that, you may have noticed.
It's been good. It's always good to get extra conversation on all sorts of places over the mecha spectrum. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. That's the interesting thing. Something I really like, I really like doing in the mecha community is basically convincing people to watch anime that they wouldn't have given a chance. For example, I tend to like a lot of anime that are not very popular, such as Gundam Age or Eureka 7 AO. And a lot of people come to me saying, I've never seen AO, but I've heard it was really bad. And it's like, well, I'm here and I'm telling you that it's fucking amazing. Watch it and make up your own mind, you know? That's the kind of thing I'm on, you know? And again, Dairuga. Nobody's watched Dairuga. Most people haven't even heard of it, but I think it's really good. So, I fucking love Dairuga. It's one of my favourite 80s mecha. So, Anyway, I'll leave you to it, guys.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. It's been fun.
To this couch potato person, no, I don't have a Twitch. I have a YouTube channel and I maintain a blog, but that's it. I otherwise have no social media presence whatsoever.
Toss me the link to your blog in the Discord and I'll throw that into the stream chat. People can check out your opinions on series.
Fair enough. And Dyrugger did got official subs that were then taken down, but the fact is, I torrented it anyway. It did actually have official DVDs with official subs, just not in this country.
Was it a discotheque job or?
It was World Events Productions themselves, the people who own Voltron.
Oh, okay.
They released it on DVD, but only in North America. So I just torrented it like a normal person.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's the problem with living in Europe, mate. You don't get anime around here. You've got to torrent it, or you're not going to watch it. You know.
Yeah, thankfully, Australia's been reasonably good. Unfortunately, obviously, discotheque is America only, so a lot of that obscure robot stuff never makes it over here, but...
Oh, yeah. Which is... I'm always happy when discotheque licenses something, not because I'll buy their DVDs, but because it means someone's going to upload them to a torrent site any day now, you know?
I would buy more of their releases, but the Australian dollar ain't worth crap when it comes to the American dollar, and then import costs on top of that. It's just
the American dollar isn't worth shit compared to the British pound. So it's one of the most valuable currencies in the world.
Yeah. Oh god. There's certain games that I like import directly from the producer that are all located in Britain, and fuck, I hate doing GBP exchange.
Yep.
0.4 to the Australian dollar. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much.
Well, guys, I'll leave you to it. Thanks again for having me, Bear.
Thanks, Faye. It's been fun.
It's just any week you fancy having me on again, just let me know, mate, and we'll talk about mecha some more.
Will do, for sure.
Right, I'm going to hit the button. I've lost it now. There it is. It's on. There it is. Okay. Anyway, see you guys.
And that was Faye. As I said at the start, he was the editor on a bunch of different SLW projects. The 2.0 patch for SLW 3, Hero Senki, and OG is what we're playing right now. And he is currently working... Well, the project is sort of on hiatus due to some issues, but he's working on SLW 4. When Senki. We've had Senki in chat a bunch of times over the years, but never on voice comms. Did you want me to turn the game up some now? I did turn it down a little bit so that Faye wouldn't be drowned out. Yes, please. Right. Crank that up to... How's that? Give it a bit more gas if you like. Important plot that will become relevant in the next game. As for they should have announced a new SLW by now, I would have expected it to have been announced by now, yes. The 30th anniversary is in April? So maybe then? But we just recently, Terada said, they are working on something, but it's not yet in a state where they can announce it. So it may be a while before we see like an official announcement. As for Super Toho Wars Complete, not sure what state that's in for translation. The creator wanted to do an official Steam release and was looking at potentially doing an English translation, like an official English translation to go with that. But that hasn't happened yet. As for like potential fan patches, obviously that gets a little more tricky if they're looking at doing an official patch. People are less likely to take up a fan patch project. It really depends. Hard to say on that one. There you go, April 20. It was April something. Couldn't remember exactly what. Yeah, I really want a Super Toho Wars Complete fan translation as well. That I'd love to see that happen. I don't see why it would be region locked. It doesn't have licensing issues like SRW does. But yeah, like a Steam release just hasn't happened yet at all, so it might be that he's like they're waiting until it's like finished being patched and everything. Maybe I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. 1 point off. Are you kidding me? God dang it. Yeah, I'm a couple of years older than SRW. Oh, we just got the terrain affinity. Yeah, nothing exciting there. What have we got? Some armor, I think. Yeah. Hybrid was the only exciting thing we got. Alrighty. Where do we want to put that? Something that's getting beat up a bit. The Schutzwald has been taking a couple of hits. Maybe over there. Roboter shouldn't need it, because it shouldn't be getting hit. The Hagane might not be a bad choice for it, because it will get hit. It's not really going to be dodging anything. Okay, where are we? Actually, I will quickly check. I kind of did that map on autopilot. I wasn't paying attention to who's got what levels. Alright, we do need to actually get Daitetsu some levels. He's a bit lower than I'd like. And Ingram as well needs some levels. Yeah, they need to retire the Z3 engine at this point. I definitely agree there. Okay, so he needs to be level 32 and have at least 20 kills before the end of stage 30. Well, he has his 20 kills, no worries. So we just need to keep him getting some levels steadily as we go along.
Shouldn't be too bad. Oh, thanks for the follow, Dynamic. Actually, since we've just lost Faye and we're at the map changeover point, I'm going to take a very short break here to get myself a drink. Then we'll come back and do the next map. And, hey, Max, how's it going? Oh. Oh, that's set to the wrong thing. There we go. That was set to the Super Famicom. Wrong console.
Alrighty, I'm back. And yeah, Furf posted the link to Faye's blog there. Thank you for that, Furf. If you're interested in Faye's opinions on more obscure mecha series, do check that out. He's been doing pseudo reviews of a bunch of stuff recently. I'm not super familiar with how Tumblr works, so dig through that as you will. Right. On we go. See ya, Serpent Ryu. Thanks for stopping by. And sorry if I missed anyone coming and going in the middle of that. I have a little difficulty following the live chatter and the chatter at the same time. I'm not built for multi-conversation drifting like that. A little difficult on me. Yep, Votoms are about 3.8 meters, I think it is, on average. They're really not very big. They are sort of the closest you got to, like, actual, practical robots. They're basically just one-man tanks. And I realized I almost completely ignored, the lads over in the Shadow Realm. I do apologize for that. To be fair, it's not often you guys are posting at me, so... Got myself a glass of Gentleman Jack, which I actually quite enjoy. I forgot how much I enjoyed this. It's been a while since I had some. Excluding Cross Omega, which has shenanigans, what would be smaller than a scope dog? Nana? What is... Oh, Daibot. Okay, so that's not a mech? Where are we? Yeah, like, it's... You're sort of pushing the definition. Yeah, it's not the... Because it's no, right? But, like... I don't know, I don't really... Like, it's more of an android than a mech. Because you're sort of cheating there, because it doesn't need to be piloted, because the mech is alive, as such, there. But yeah, your nightmare frames are 4-something meters. So they're definitely on, like, the scope dog's size. Has Megazone 23 been in SOW? Are they? I don't actually know the size scaling on the machines from Wataru. I didn't think they were that small though. Like they've got the small little statue form, but like the actual, I don't think they're that small, are they? Oh, maybe they are. There you go. I mean, that would sort of work. It restores your SP, and your, like, T-Link powers are sort of SP related. Ah, Faye gave me a link to his blog that just displays all the mecha reviews. That's probably a little more useful to people. That he's got something in the works that'll be going up tonight, so keep an eye out on that. Live fire training. Oh hey, it's Ryoto. Don't believe there's any, like, shenanigans with Ryoto. I think he just happens, right? Alright. You gotta bust up Thomas. Easy enough. Maybe. Whoops. I didn't think it would do quite that much damage. Is that a game over? I wonder. Oh my, that does end the map. It's not a game over though. That's no good. We need the SR. But wow. Oh, I see. Whoops. Whoops. Speedrun strats. Legitimate. Hey, Sleepy, how's it going? Oh dear. Now we get to try to skip through all the story again. Oops. Alright, this time, let's not one-shot him. I don't know if Ryo's gonna really be able to get into range. She starts so far back, and the TT is not a speedy beast. When does this take place in the OG timeline? So this is the first major event of the OG stuff. It takes place after Masokishin Part 1, but before Masokishin Part 2, and after, technically, after Hero Senki. But for the actual, like, planetary events, this is the first sort of point in time for most of these characters. No, this is before Shu dies. I believe at this point he should still be possessed by, what's it? The big evil god. I think. It's a little tricky keeping it all straight. Especially since a bunch of it gets rewritten. Certainly makes matters complicated. Alright, remember not to kill Ryota on on a counterattack. That's somewhat ironic. I didn't mean to turn the animation off, that was a mistake, my bad. At this point, Masaki is intentionally pursuing Shu on the overworld. I need to check my timeline. So EX is where Shu dies and comes back to life. And that's when he's freed of the evil god's influence because he dies. EX takes place after 3, and 3 is the Inspector's incident. So this game covers the Arrogator's incident and the Inspector's incident in the form of OG1 and OG2. OG1 covers, well, so OG1's core is the DC and then the Arrogators, and OG2's core is the Inspectors, the Shadow Mirrors, and the Einst. Inspectors is SW3, Einst is Impact, and Shadow Mirrors is A. And DC is SW2, and Arrogators is Shin? I should, like, put a chart together for this stuff. Well, that's the Arrogators. Sorry, the Balmarians are their proper name. The Arrogators is what the Earth Federation calls them. Just to make things even more confusing. Like I said, I should make a chart for this shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure their first appearance was Shin, and then obviously Alpha. I suppose most people would more associate them with Alpha than Shin. More people are familiar with Alpha. I suppose calling it the Arrogator incident isn't entirely incorrect, since that's also how the particular Balmarian fleet that attacks ends up being referred to as.
我々 DC に退却はない。力の差を教えてやる。他の機体を狙うことだな。
How you doing there, Phil? I was more just going over what, like, story arcs we covered in entirety across the course of this game. This game being OG1 and 2. Well, that's, yeah, so OG's retcons a bunch of stuff, and that's part of why, like, this is now, like, the considered canon, as it were. Like, the events of this game are now the canon events. Well, I wouldn't say Inspectors is canon at all. Inspectors is an anime adaptation rather than the canon story. The canon story is this game. Inspectors is a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite animes, my favorite Obari series. But it is not a good adaptation of OG2's plot. Well, Impact's plot was never in OG1, so I wouldn't say it was moved to OG2. Just was in OG2. That's where it was. There's still more alpha stuff that hasn't happened in OGs. Or, like, the OG entirety. OGs is OG1 and 2. So the OG games are OGs as OG1, OG2, and OG like 2.2. Then there's OGG, which is basically OG 2.5. Then there's second OGs, which is the fourth game. Then there's Dark Prison, which is the DLC for second OGs. Then there's Moon Dwellers, which is OG 5-ish. Yes, it's very confusing. Okay. Inspectors is purely fan service, and I don't mean that just in the tits and ass sense. It does have a lot of that as well. It is very much an Obari series, but it is fan service rather than plot. Yeah, none of the animes are a substitute for the games. Personally, I don't even like Divine Wars. I think it's trash. Inspectors, as I was saying earlier, is one of my all-time favorite anime. But again, not a replacement for the actual game. Which the Thomas's Barland, well, specifically it's the custom. Well, they've said before they don't intend to bring the Z stuff into the OG timeline. Oh. I'm not... So we can't get a full... Or maybe can we... There we go. So that's... I wouldn't even call that a pilot suit. That's just a uniform. And not very uniform at that. Oh, Ryusei? Who did you mean, sorry? Because he's sort of the same thing, is just a uniform rather than a pilot suit. Oh wait, unless you... Because Ryusei does have his pilot suit on in his animation. He's in the SRX team pilot suits, which do look a little silly. But wait until you see the lady variants that have the boob windows.
せるかよ。魔法剣エーテルちゃぶ台返し。
Hey!
直撃だと。
There it is. Good old ether dining table return. I wonder if I could arrange a kill for Waikatsu. That would actually be really good.
お客さん、ただで帰れると思うなよ。よし、いい間合いだぜ。プラズマステークをぶち込む。死んだら元も子もねえぜ。
Probably not going to be able to arrange a battleship kill this turn, unfortunately. Maybe the Tuni can hit for a lot of damage. Yeah, people are expecting the next SRW to be the next OGs, which is part of why it's taking so long. Jesus Christ. Oh. That's some terrible odds. Yeah, well, obviously we have the matter of 2020 happening, which will have definitely slowed matters down. The general sort of expected... Okay, that's too much. Enough. Yeah, it was expected that we would get OG next as the next SRW, but obviously the pandemic complicated matters. If he's evading, that means this is going to kill as well. God dang it. Ah, Latuni's too good. Okay, good. If he's defending, that means it won't kill. Now, I don't think the battleship can hit hard enough. Oh, it can. If he's going on evade, that means he should die. Excellent. Let's double check that. Still on evade. Nice. Anyone need repairs that I can get some free XP off of? Not really. Sorry, what? Did I not? What? Did I not cast? What? Huh? What? 100% hit. What? What? What happened? I have to check the VOD. I am very confused. Ryoto hasn't really done anything yet. This is his first appearance. We haven't gotten that far yet. Ahead of matters. Ah, well. And she's done. Attacker. What do I even do with you at this point? Yada, what the heck do you want? Trade affinities? Stats? Infighter or gunfighter on Ryusei? Ryusei is slightly more melee oriented, and like a bunch of the big skills on the SRX are melee oriented. So, Infighter's probably better? Definitely want one of those two. Because that gives... Oh, no. Okay, I know what I want for it. Break will limit. That's what we gotta get on Ryusei. Big will. What did we pick up? Oh, okay, spider. Not the most useful. Might be like, what are you doing? You're just wasting time switching things around. But this, this particular plane has upgraded missiles. And while she's in a plane, it would be better leave her in a plane. Real missiles. We'll give IIR back her tea. Not that it's that exciting, but better than nothing. Until we get something of value, Rio is just gonna have to hang out in a Mark II Gatsby. We didn't get anything parts-wise, did we? Dust proof! On the route where we spend most of the time in the water. Not the most useful. Alrighty. On we spin. Depends on how it works, Furf. The reactor overloading needs the machine to spin up, so you'd need a way to, like, remote the machine on and then spin it up without anyone noticing. And then it'd also need to be the kind of reactor that could overload. I suppose any reactor could overload if you're able to disable the safety features, so possibly up. The thing with the lions is the flying part is the key component of them. Yeah, they're effectively Leos or Zaku's, or at least like the basic ones, but they fly. That's the big, like, huge distinction. So then the question is, are you able to overload the Tesla drive that allows it to fly? Dunno. Hard to say. Vanishing lion. I mean, there you go, yeah. Put a fucking black hole generator in it, an unstable one at that. But was I can't remember the black hole engine. That was the first of the extra overtech, right? But it was developed by Gilliam, who also applied out-of-universe knowledge to it, right? Yes, that went very badly. The black hole engine, there's a reason it's called the Vanishing Trooper. That did not end well, at all. I think the only thing with a black hole engine is the 008L. I think that's the only thing with a remaining black hole engine. And the reactor for the R2 and the Hagane are tronium powered. That's different again. We will get to that. That's an important plot point. Coffee of War? What? I think of Starbuck as Pilot from Battlestar. I suppose most people would think of Starbuck as Starbucks. I reasonably enjoyed the 2004 Battlestar. I haven't seen the original 80s Battlestar. Was it 70s? Okay. It sort of falls apart in the end, unfortunately. But it does have... It is quite good. I also quite liked Battle Stargate, aka Stargate Universe, but that also sort of fell apart towards the end. So we are going to aim for the shoot down on Tenzan and Thomas, but if his programming is the same as it was last map, we won't be able to get him because that'll just be a friggin' nightmare to arrange. We don't have to get either of them, as you saw. We can force them to retreat, and that still counts as the SR. But we are going to do our best to kill them because XP, cash, and items. Some sci-fi, not all. Just depends, really. Stargate, for example, held up pretty well. At least the first 8 seasons. Which, like, that's a pretty good run in itself. Seasons 9 and 10, yeah, not so much. But, like, I usually think of Stargate SG-1 ending at Season 8, because that's where Stargate Atlantis begins. To be fair, there is a sort of, will we even get renewed kind of approach? FMA Brotherhood is fantastic. It's like legitimately one of the best anime out there. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, it's great. For the longest time, FMA Brotherhood was my go-to recommendation when people ask me, "Oh, you're into anime, Bear. What should I watch?" And like almost always, my go-to recommendation for a normie getting into anime is FMA Brotherhood. Yes, there's more to it than that. If you're wanting to really get into FMA, you want to watch the first season of the original series, then watch FMA Brotherhood. But that's not what you want to tell someone that's just looking to get into something. No, because generally, if someone's asking for that kind of advice from me, Sleepy, they're, like, you know, reasonably serious about the question. And, like, I want to actually make them a recommendation I think they'll like. If I'm more familiar with the person, and I'm able to make like a personalized recommendation based on their taste, then I'll do that instead. But like FMA Brotherhood is just like such a solid, you can't really go wrong with it as a recommendation. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, Blade. Like, if someone's looking to get into FMA specifically, I would say watch the first season of the original, then watch Brotherhood. But that's different from someone asking for a general recommendation. Oddly, I think, sort of on the recommendations thing, I think 01 has replaced my go-to recommendation for Kamen Rider. Used to be Kamen Rider Double. You know, that's not a terrible assessment. Not quite as autistic as Camille, but like, not a terrible assessment. Indeed, he does design a new mech shortly. He's also, yeah, less autismo than Camille as well. Keep in mind, like, his reaction here is at least fairly reasonable. This isn't like get in the robot Shinji tier. This is, he was kidnapped and forced to pilot robots. It's like, this is not by choice. Well, what he is doing now is by choice. Up to this point, he was effectively forced to do what he was doing. Not a child soldier, no. He was, so, the opening parts of the SRX route, you see the Burning PT sort of recruitment program. Burning PT is like a VR mech arcade game that basically was secretly sponsored by the army as a way to find potential recruits for their mech programs. Ryusei was one of those. He got recruited pseudo-properly by the Federation, whereas Tenzan and Ryoto were sort of press-ganged by the DC. Not quite Force 21 Blade, because that's like knowingly VR training soldiers. This is more like intentionally using a video game to recruit people. So which was it Arma? Can't remember. Yeah, like, as I said, the Camus assessment is not far off. Honestly, that's decent. The ones... Oof, that was a strong. The ones you would consider child soldiers would be the school children. Not Polybius, because Polybius is a psyop. This is an actual like properly run military secret program, I guess. Because, well, the rumor for Polybius was that it was some sort of, like, FBI program, right? Obviously, Polybius doesn't actually exist. Well, see, that's not true either, because people have made, like, Polybius cabinets, but it doesn't exist in the way people think it does. It exists because of the story, not the story exists because of it. It wasn't real, it has become real, is probably the best way to sum that up. Yep. Ingram would love to get his hands on it and properly study it, but hasn't really had the chance. The rest of our crew has been otherwise busy with the current ongoing war. How do you not kill with a jet magnum, buddy? Goddamn. What are you doing? Man, your weapon spread is garbo, my friend. Which one's Goofy? Schutzfeld? I quite like the Schutzfeld. It's basically Jim Cannon. Oh, the SRX is Goofy. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I can... The SRX is an acquired taste. Yes, it wears goggles, which is still very silly. No, I could very much understand someone describing the SRX as Goofy. It might be worth looking up to make sure you are thinking of the right thing, but I could definitely see someone describing the SRX as... What, 6 turns to kill everything? Yep, 6 turns kill everything. Oh, worries, mate. Oh, good. He's at least attacking this time. Why are they trying to hit Ryusei? They got no hope. I should turn the animation on for the rhinoceroses. I think this is their first time appearing in this scenario. Yeah, he has low armor, but they've got like 0% hit chance. The talking cats did weird people out at first. That we've already done that plot point. The cats are sort of the spiritual link from Masaki, like Masaki to the Sidebuster, sort of. Yes, I would definitely count them as funnies, since they are part of Masaki and the Sidebuster. Oh dear, excuse me. Okay, they're not on regen squares. Why am I dying? Please don't die. Yes, that is the point of OGs.
おいでなすってね。行くぜ。わかったにゃ。
It's not over yet.
くらえ。アカシックバスター。おりゃ。その程度じゃグランゾンなんかにゃ勝てっこねえっての。
Hey, nice. He actually has a custom line for Masaki. That's cool. Is it an RPG? Phil, like, it's not normally the kind of game I would look at. The fact that it's like by X seed, yeah, that's the bit that weirds me out. This is going to be fiddly, because they are attacking, which means the best way to kill them is going to be on a counter-attack, but I don't know what their retreat values are, and they're not given on the SR guide, because it's irrelevant to the SR. Yes. So the image Phil posted of it a while back was so low quality, I thought it said yellow black mold. Oh, that's deep sea. That's why it's slowing us down. Well, he doesn't have hitting away yet, because we haven't actually had a chance to put skills on him. Yeah, Ryusei's bass theme is not like what you'd call an absolute banger, but it's just a good theme.
えらがシャンパン代わりだ。死にぬ。これでジエンドだ。ソニックブレイカー。親父のやついい仕事してるぜ。礼はきちんとしないとな。スパイラルアタック。おお、なかなかやるじゃねえか。
Now, again, the concern here is what is their retreat value? In which sense, Sleepy? Oh, I see. Well, that's, again, like, plot points that are sort of addressed. At the moment, like, at the DC war, everyone's kind of at full power because there hasn't been a war. So there's lots of arts and just everything in general to go around. But yeah, matters will start to sort of go bad. Can we force him into an evade? Bullseye, Valor, Gator, Goken, Hank. Yeah, boy! God, I love me a good kanji attack. Ooh, nice, a solar panel. That is not bad at all. Nova. Unfortunately, he doesn't have Valor. Yeah, Eternalize is pretty jank. Why is he evading the cannons? They won't kill. Oh, they might put him into retreat range, though. Good question. What is Sting up to these days? Aren't they... They're porting some of the, Department Heaven games, right? I don't know if Gugnir, I think it was the Yggdra Union and maybe some of the spin-offs. I don't remember. Important something. Port Riviera, go on, goddammit. Well, technically they already ported it from the GBA to the PSP, but still. I don't remember. You'd need to Google that one, man. I don't remember. Sorry, I don't want to make any commit statements there that I can't back up. The budget doesn't necessarily mean bad. EDF started out as one of the, was it the Simple 500? As did, oh shit, what's it called? Oh, bollocks. Titty Samurais. Really, cheap Devil May Cry knockoff. Onechambra. Another series of I cannot in good conscience really recommend the games. Very budget DMC. Well, so the department, there's the 4 core games, which is Riviera, Yggdra Union, Nights in Nightmare, and Gugnir. But Yggdra Union got a bunch of spin-offs of its own. No, I did not get, what's it, Kanagawa Girls? Something like that? Kanagawa Jet Ski Girls? No. Probably won't. It doesn't really interest me. Yeah, it's a multiverse franchise. The trick with Disgaea is it's not just the Disgaea games, but like most of the Nipponichi multiverse is connected. Yeah, it does get a bit like that, Phil. Some TRPGs do tend that way. Like, what was that? Oh, shit. Indie mech game. Into the Breach? I think it was Into the Breach. Which, like, that basically just felt like a puzzle game to me rather than a TRPG. I couldn't get into it, unfortunately. Just didn't click for me. What turn are we? Turn 4. We've got time. Want to set up that kill on Tenzan. Probably gonna go to because he's got Valor. Now, we may have to undo this if this does enough damage to force his retreat. I know a lot of people that really enjoy Into the Breach. It just didn't do it for me. It's like, Persona 5 Strikers. It just didn't click for me, unfortunately, but I know, like, a lot of my friends actually really enjoy it. One of those cases that just didn't agree with me. Okay, that is way too much damage. There is no way he isn't retreating with that kind of damage. Yeah. Damn. You say too strong. Mind you, at the end of the day, I find I can't recommend, like, half the stuff I play. Even if I enjoy it, it's still hesitant to make. Alright, we're gonna not destroy that, because I want to boost whoever kills it. I might still give it to him, to be honest. I just want the boosted kill. Because good money, good XP. I doubt he's doing 10k in one hit. Well, he probably would if Tenzan doesn't defend. Oh! Oh, Dokapon Kingdom, that's just a board game, isn't it? Yeah, I'd need friends. But, like, at that point, why not just do 100% orange juice and hate life. The problem is, one of the people I play 100% orange juice with has all the DLC. This is like, fuck. I've not played the Sayuki SRPG. I do actually want to check that out. I've meant to for forever. Like, I've known about that game since basically the PlayStation era, actually. And I've just never tried it. Also, I just realized Tenzan didn't die. That's a problem. How much damage did we do? Shit. Alright, we need to tickle him a bit. Okay, so Monhan Rise, that's definitely going to be streamed. It's just going to be tricky. Yeah, well, I haven't paid for Nintendo Online yet, but also, so the problem is it comes out on the 26th, which is Friday. I work Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday night is Super Robo Sunday, so I have no free stream blocks for it until the Monday. But if I eShop it, maybe I get it the Thursday night / Friday morning. But I've not had good luck with the eShop thus far. Because I don't think the eShop does release timings the same way the PSN does. And if it doesn't, I might as well just go down to the shops and pick up a physical copy. Oh, actually, I was going to use the battleship for something else, wasn't I? And then... but yes, I do very much plan to do some Monster Hunter Risei on stream. Just a matter of when. And no, I will not stop calling it Monster Hunter. I mean, we can't do Honey Pop 2 on stream. I haven't even played Honey Pop 2. What one allows me to check what spirits he's got on him? You want to get into Mech Warrior, play Mech 3. Mech 3 is fucking awesome. You have a joystick, double recommendation for Mech 3. Yeah, my only thing is, I don't know how well it plays with modern operating system. I'd have to look into that. Mech 3 is one of my all-time favorite video games. Mech 2? But that's a bit much for most people. And I'm not intentionally trying to power level here, it's just that he's got the damage to be able to break him before he hits his retreat value. Yeah, AC I would say is more arcadey than Mech Sim. I'm not sure, really, for like heavy sim, Mech Warrior or Steel Battalion is sort of your best bet. Anyone wants to hook me up with a copy of Steel Battalion with the controller, I will get an Xbox and stream that. And I'll do a fucking, like, webcam view of the controller. Might give that to Masaki, because he can cast Lock on himself. Just the double money for Battleship Kill. Yeah, I do not have the kind of money to, well... I do not want to spend the kind of money required to acquire Steel Battalion. Oh, actually, speaking of odd acquisitions, I picked up a full box copy of Hard Edge the other day for PS1. I just came across it in a second-hand shop by pure chance, and was like, I'll take that, thank you very much. It's like a... Oh, how to describe it? It's a tank control action game? Anime Resident Evil?
まさき敵が来るにゃ。
ああ、わかったぜ。
Yeah, that's... I intentionally tried to avoid the God Hand reference. No, God Hand it is not. More action game than, like... fighter. Yeah, which one was Chaos Break? Hang on, give me a minute. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Is that the first-person dungeon crawler? No, that's, shit. No, wait, is Chaos Break the first-person dungeon crawler? No, okay, no. Hang on, I might be confusing Chaos Break and oh, hang on. Sorry, my brain's bad. No, okay, yeah, no, Chaos Break and Hard Edge are similar. Yeah, no, they're similar. That's why. Yeah, no, yeah, Chaos Break's fine too. What am I thinking of? Hell Knight, I think is what I'm thinking of. I actually really want to stream that. I had that set up. Hang on. Is it Hell Knight? Yeah, Hell Knight. I really want to stream Hell Knight. That is the first-person dungeon crawlery horror game that I was thinking of. Dungeon crawl is not right. That's inaccurate. That gives the wrong idea. But Hell Knight, one word, otherwise known as Dark Messiah. But that doesn't help, because Dark Messiah is another game entirely in English. Absolutely fantastic game. Actually, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, a fucking brilliant game. Yep, best kicking simulator. Oh, it's got such a good melee engine. And, like, decent story to boot with, like, a cool twist? Yes, Hell Knight is a PlayStation 1 game. There's other weird and wonderful PS1 games I'd love to stream as well, like Echo Knight. Echo Knight? Yeah, hang on. I think Echo Knight is the PlayStation 1 game, because there's Echo Knight, I think Echo Knight 2, and then there's a third one which is set in space. Yeah, Echo Knight's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Echo Knight 2, Echo Knight Beyond. Well, I've played a good chunk of Echo Knight on my own time, but I would like to stream them. All three, to be honest, if I had the time. And typing in Echo Knight for some reason brings up Galarians, which would be another good one to stream. Another tank mode horror game. Oh man, there's so many PlayStation 1 games that I really want to get around to at some point. I liked Echo Knight, though it's not something I could recommend highly. It's pretty clunky. Oh. I have streamed the Fatal Frame games. The only one I haven't done is 4. I really like Fatal Frame. Well, I really like the original. 2 and 3 are good. And 5 is decent. But I really like the first one. We'll be back with Mobile Gacha crap tomorrow night. Don't you worry about that. Oh, actually, maybe. I got a thing on tomorrow night, so if there is a stream, it will be late, and that might not happen due to tiredness. But anyway, that's for later. Did 5 ever get an uncensored patch? I don't remember. Yeah, Faye was on earlier, Phil. He was on for a few hours. It was actually really good. It was a lot of robot talk. It was a lot of fun, actually. Always enjoy having Faye on. I don't know if Senki would do voice comms. I don't know if that's his thing, but we've had Senki show up a bunch of times in the chat when we've done games he's translated. I wouldn't try to, Phil. I respect Gideon's work, but I think there would be a bit of a personality clash there. Oh god, I'd have no chance of getting the actual translator. Quite a few people involved with those projects don't like to make a fuss as such. Sort of keep out of the spotlight, keep out of the social media. Faye is the editor for a bunch of modern SLW patches. This one in particular, but also SLW 3 2.0, Hero Senki and is currently working on 4.
ではお手合わせ願いましょうか。10年早いんだよ。ここから巻き返す。標準セットアンダーキャン発射。
I have not played it.
リアン博士が見出した力、そんなものではないはずです。
But barring my earlier confusion, that is the one that I've only heard bad things about. Sleepy currently referring to a conversation that happened elsewhere, where I was getting Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds confused.
Da まだまだ大したことはありませんよ。あなたの手の内は分かりましたよ。
回避完了。
Who's Microsoft bought this time? Outer Wilds, yeah. I'll just need to keep an eye on it for it to go on sale. That or go sailing. Tencent versus Microsoft. No matter who wins, we all lose. Wonder if I could kill Shu.
あなたにグランゾンの力をお見せしましょう。
Sony ain't doing fuck. They're just burning themselves to death slowly.
BM セレクトガンファイト発射。
し かしこの程度では私は倒せませんよ。
Yeah, thankfully we got through 2020. It's a bit of a mess, but we got through in the end. Angsty Teens in Akihabara 2. Shit, what's it called? Not Akihabara, Shibuya. The World Ends With You. 2. What else do we have? Got some things lined up in my brain. I know, I've got the original sitting next to me, that's on the to-stream list. Cheat. Digimon Survive will be 2021, surely. Yeah, the move to the CG for D6 is I don't know. I'll probably get it and check it out. Like, I mean, I'll be getting it because I'll be getting the collector's edition, and I've got all the collector's editions, so it'll be got for collection purposes. But GG Strive is on a we'll see list, I suppose, more than anything. Oh, I can't remember what else there was. There was some other stuff. Oh, we got the potential of another SRW game. The PS5 happened, but it's like... What? There's just, like, nothing. But here's the thing, I wouldn't be opposed to playing through Demon Souls again. But, like, stream-wise, I'd rather do the Dark Souls trilogy, because we haven't done that on stream. Whereas we have done Demon Souls on stream, even if it was the PS3 version. I've said before, like, my only motivation to get a PS5 at this point in time is to use it as a enhanced PS4. And that ain't gonna happen. I spoke to a guy at the shop the other day, and he said, like, June at the earliest for any kind of PS5 stock coming in that isn't already ordered out. Well, technically the PS5 is better than a PS4 Pro for that purpose. Well, I'm not in a rush, so I can wait. Well, again, for that literal purpose, the no games is a non-issue, because I'd be using it just as a PS4. But again, yes, well, okay, not again, but yes, you're not wrong in that the biggest issue is fuck Sony and their bullshit. I really don't want him to die here. Because I got a plan that involves using him. Well, that's basically what the PS5 does with PS4 games. I have multiple fat PS3s at this point. Oh. They aren't. Wait, hang on, I need to... Damage may... Hopefully the damage isn't needed. Hit the button just in case. You can get scalp to fuck on them, but if you know where to look, it's not that bad. At least in Australia. I don't know about America. Because the PS3's in that state of like,
グランゾンの性能を試して
no one really wants one.
天に二つの
It's not retro yet.
その名もケイト・ラゴーテン半剣殺真っ向から竹割りザン落ちろ見事です
There's nothing you can really do, Sleepy, unless you've got the tools to do, like, component level repair. Like, the one thing you'd need to do if it died would be to reball the GPU, and that's well outside of the range of normal people. Thing you can do. Large generator's not a bad reward. It's not a super reward, but I'll take it. Yeah, I really have no idea what the fuck they were thinking with the Game Gear Micro. That was dumb. Like, Sega's made a lot of good decisions over the last few years. Game Gear Micro was not one of them. Just, like, make a Game Gear with flash memory. Just reproduce a Game Gear with flash memory, a better quality screen, and, like, a rechargeable battery rather than the fucking, what was it, 6 or 8 AAAs that it needed that drained in, like, half an hour. Just load a couple of games onto it, and give it a decent sized bit of flash memory, and just don't say anything, and just let people put ROMs on it. Attacker from Masaki. We're going for Will Break on Ryusei. You want Infighter for Oh, he's already got it. Whoops. God? That or Will Break as well? Kinda tempting, actually. Have two big Will boys. Oh, he wants S in space. What's it, 60, yeah? Which nice. We got a large generator and a solar panel, which is also very nice. Question is, where do we put them? Does the Rorbiter's cannon use EN or bullets? EN. Well, at the moment, I guess it can have the EN boosters, because we don't really have anywhere better to put them. We give it the large generator. And then the solar panel. Generating, what, 28 EN a turn? That's not bad. I wouldn't count, like, your standard, Astartes armor as mechs. Terminators are probably pushing into that range. Dreadnoughts are definitely mechs. Titans are definitely mechs. I'm really not familiar with Anthem, sorry. Anthem suits are sort of like Iron Man style, right? So I'd say that's more power armor than mech. They would count as mecha in the grand heading of mecha, but they're not mechs. Got the crit ammo. Do we have anything worth actually developing at this point? So we got flat crit, attack, accuracy crit. We could make a very basic like crit bullet. That's kind of tempting. Slap that on the boosted rifle. Or an OP machine gun, actually. That on an OP machine gun would be quite nice. Who has the OP machine guns? Lat and... Ayaya? Alright, so... Probably more useful on Lat. But, like, we need Ayaya to be able to pick up kills. So, for a grander overall usefulness, it's going to be better on her. We can move those around anyway. They're not stuck or anything. Is there a minimum size for mechs? No, I would say not. So, like, if you wanted to shrink things, so like you wanted to do like a nanobot inside a body kind of thing, and then you shrunk a person to go inside the nanobot, I'd say that would still count as a mech. Yeah, we're pretty much all with you there, Playful. That's... Please, Armored Core. FromSoft, please. Please, sir, can I have another? You'll get Elden Ring and you'll like it. I mean, here's the thing, yeah, I probably will like Elden Ring. Like, I can't say... There's a very good chance, like, I will like Elden Ring, but it'll still be like, please, another robot game? Or, you know, you want to do another Centuries episode? I'd be down for another Ace game as well. Ace or AC. Come on, FromSoft, you're real good at robot games. Can we have more, please? So, I usually, like, for mech stuff, like a piloted suit. So, about the smallest thing I'd count as, like, an actual mech is, like, a scope dog or a nightmare frame. Like, that's sort of where you're just a bit bigger than a human. The, like... Yeah, about 2 times human size. They're give or take. Because I'd say the, like, what was it? Mospita, which had, like, the bikes that sort of transformed into mechs. But that's, I think, a bit too small. I think that I'd count those as power armor. Which I think Megazone did the same thing. Didn't that have transforming bike power armor? Balls? Which balls? Balls. I'm actually not that familiar with Megazone. I'd say the Paramales in Cross Ange definitely count as mechs. They have a cockpit. They're a fair bit bigger than a person. I'd say Paramales are definitely mechs. Oh, you mean literal ball? I wouldn't count ball as a mech. Ball is like a gun on a rocket engine. It's an artillery piece. Spaceship? Yeah. I mean, Ball was originally like a maintenance machine. They just strapped big stonking guns to the top of them. Obviously, at the end of the day, like, it's just a personal preference thing. As I said, for me, the line is about like a scope dog or a nightmare frame, or, you know, 3 to 4 meters, big enough to be like big and bulky and more than just power armor. That gets a bit complicated, Blade. I usually, like... Like, LBX is basically toys rather than mechs. I'd say they're robots rather than mechs. Power armor is usually much more sort of form-fitting. So I'd think of like an Iron Man suit as power armor, or like there's the heavy loader from Aliens is your usual like go-to power armor, which ironically enough it's not armor, it's just a power lifter. Yeah, the power armor in Fallout is power armor. Or the other one, the example used earlier, the Astartes like armor. I'd say even just a basic Space Marine armor is power armor. I suppose yes, you're not wrong there. In lore, it is literally power armor. Because if I recall correctly, Marines have a 3+ ace armor save, where Scouts have a 4+. Because they're not in like full power armor; they're just in Scout armor. It's been a long time since I played tabletop. Yeah, we were saying, like I was saying earlier, Terminators I still classify as power armor, but once you get above Terminators, that's when you get into the mech range. Dreadnoughts, your Titans. almost say robot instead of mech. But again, like, making that kind of a distinction, it gets tricky. Like, because they are remote piloted only, like, you can't pilot them from within. I mean, are humans mechs? Well, yes, there's the old, you're a brain piloting a skeleton robot armored in flesh. Which is why Evas count as mechs instead of power armor. But though I usually tend to lean on the side of Evas or power armor. I was gonna take a break to get a drink, and this conversation has gone on a lot longer than I had expected it to. Again, it's a sort of personal semantics issue. What you consider a mech or a robot, or, you know, power armor versus full-on mech. Yeah, where you draw the line is mostly up to you. Because, like, people could make the argument that, like, because I said Iron Man suits are power armor, but then you've got, like, a bunch of the Iron Man suits can be remote piloted, and, like, the Hulkbuster, for example, gets big enough that it might cross into mech territory. Yeah, okay. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, be right back. The Major is an android or a cyborg, depending on how you want to read that. As for Daemon X Machina, it's okay. A lot of people are like, it's the second coming of Armored Core, but don't agree with that. I'm not actually sure specifically the component makeup of the Major. Is she a cyborg or is she an android? Is she fully machine or does she have human bits? Speed is usually an important factor for the real robots because most of that takes into account the fact that your real robots, like, they just can't have enough armor to defend against the weapons they have to deal with. That's why, like, late UC for Gundam, there's a big shrink. Everything sort of ditches armor and just goes for small and speed. Because it just hit a point where, like, beam weaponry was so good that, like, best you could hope to do was a beam shield, but otherwise you just got shreked. Yeah, see, fully prosthetic outside of a brain is an interesting one. Because that's a cyborg. Because you still got a human part. But, like, there's so little human left that I'd almost say she's an android. Yeah, F91 is where the shrink started to happen. F91 is usually your dividing line into late UC. Depends. Because if you're talking like Mech Warrior stuff, like there's some big stonking guns on those things. My audio hasn't gone funny, has it? I bumped my microphone a couple of times. I'm paranoid about the cable now. He's also got a really good theme that is only in this game and only plays for him and his waifu. I'm not sure who the, like, lead artist for this one was, but you need to keep in mind, like, a lot of the characters were already designed. Yeah, that's, as I brought up earlier, there is problems with using the Chromium engine. Yes. This is leading to something. We'll develop a full mech shortly. That's exactly why I said the Camille comparison is not wrong. Yeah, see, that's where the comparisons start to fall apart. There isn't like a Jared equivalent, he isn't autistic. And what about Leona? Yeah, because he's a notcher. From a well-known space-based bloodline, highly skilled mech pilots. He'll even change his name in the next game. Doesn't quite wear a mask, though. Is it really time? Also nice, we got a free Tesla drive. What do we want to make fly? Probably want Ingram in the air, just so we can make more use out of him. Might do a bit of the old truffle shuffle. Grab her in the orbiter. Grab... Oh... Or... Come on? Well, that's the whole point of the Tesla drive. It makes mechs fly. That's why they were so excited to get their hands on a Lion, because the Lions are running miniaturized Tesla drive technology, which is how they have flying armored modules. Federation doesn't, because the Federation wasn't able to miniaturize the Tesla drive tech. That was, like, the plot that just happened there was Ryoto based his plans on the Tesla drive from his Lion that they captured, and they were able to get enough bits together from on and around the Hagane to make a Tesla drive. Yeah, basically it's anti-grav tech. There's a fair bit of R&D stuff in the plot. Yep. It's why the series can get pretty difficult to follow. Because there's not a lot of, like, catch-up moments. So if you're not already familiar with, like, the development lines of certain tech or mechs, you're going to be very lost indeed. So, another scoot off the end of the map scenario. What's RSR? Right, something needs to spawn in and then we need to kill it. No, at the moment the big DC conflict is happening. So Bayern Zoldark started a massive rebellion against the Earth Federation because the Aerogators are coming, which are a vaguely unknown alien threat. Technically, we're in the middle of what he's doing, which is basically, he's not trying to take over the world in a muhaha sense. He's doing what I usually call the Bayern Zoldark Gambit, named after him, which is where you make yourself out to be the bad guy, as a way to sort of unite everyone against you, and then after that it leaves them sort of hopefully ready to fight the alien invasion force. Yes, this is the SRW2 plot. The DC conflict is the SRW2 plot. And Shu's just observing, basically. Which is exactly what happened in SW2 as well. Yep, Ingram's theme is pretty good. Most people's themes are pretty good, to be honest. Brother! Wait, why is Iceman playing and not Trombe? Ah. Well, that's annoying. I had the higher hit chance, I missed. He had the lower hit chance, he hits. God damn you, Elzam.
あなたたちのデータはよく知っているもの。チャージ完了。撃つ。
いい腕をしているな。相手にとって不足はない。
How is this guy landing these? God damn it. I know it's Elzam, he doesn't give a fuck about the numbers, but god damn it. Really? And watch him get hit in return. Oh, I forgot he loses will when he misses. That's not even going to be worth shooting, yeah.
Active 目標位置最終確認終了3番7番撃て俺を甘く見るなよくそこれじゃ狙い撃ちされる
Ryusei is doing plot things. Doubt it, Phil. Like, these have disclaimers at the start of them to say that they're fan translations, for one. But hopefully we never hit a point where we've lost the, like, historical provenance of what these were and how they came to be. "2030, hard to say at this point, man. Who knows what way the world's going." By 2030, like, war could be beginning.
私に勝つことはできんぞ。もらった。見た目ほど鈍重な機体ではない。ターゲットインサイト。ツインビームカノン。シャー。こちらの予想以上に成長したようだな、ライディス。
Yeah, that's in real life. We might go like World War III with China. That or like a proper space race too. I'd prefer that. Having a rush to get to Mars.
こちらの力を舐めているのか。
Oh, it's Detective Comics, clearly. There isn't really a UN.
まさき正面に。
よし行くぜ。ディスカッターでぶった切ってやる。トロンボの動きに追いついてくるとは魔装騎士侮りがたし。ターゲットインサイトフィールド展開。トロンベよ、今が駆け抜ける時。おっとギリギリセーフだぜ。
もっとちゃんと避けてくれにゃ。ここが私のメインだからね。あいつただものじゃない。
I'd be very surprised if she hits. Oh my god!
お互い退路はないようだな。
Because of the way I play Sleepy, a lot of focus on melee attacks. If you want more ramming, I can do more ramming.
Raiの兄貴か。面倒な相手だね、まったく。スパイラルアタック。 PTX チームの実力しかと見せていただいた。相応の返礼をさせてもらおう。トロンベ、その名の通り竜巻となれ。シュツルムアングリフ突撃。きついのは弟だけじゃないのね。
Oh, bollocks. I want the kill there, I don't want him bailing. $25 is no good. Time to save scum. Whee! I mean, there is the Anaheim Girls visual novel. That's just Bygod, man. It's in like the first 2 episodes. He literally rips his fist off and throws it at one of the aliens and shouts rocket punch. I mean, in the case of Dygod, it wasn't even like a rocket. It was literally rips its own hand off and throws it and shouts rocket punch. Because it didn't have any ranged weaponry. Because it was essentially a display mech. Like a promotional piece at that point. But then the like actual aliens show up. Tears its own hand off and throws it at it. Dygod's pretty damn great. I would definitely encourage anyone to watch it. It's a corporate super robot. As in a super robot owned by a corporation. So, all the, like, paperwork and shenanigans involved therein. Things like your maintenance costs and whatnot. Now for the real fight. Yeah, unfortunately, it's already done. I'd not even heard of Night and Magic, so... Yeah, the maintenance and development staff in Dygod is a... Well, cute might be eye of the beholder. It's a nerdy girl with Coke glasses, but I quite like her. She's, yeah, definitely fired my way. Sorry, man, this series already exists. It's called Dygod. Have you actually, like, maybe watched Die God and forgotten? Oh boy! It's finally time! 18 maps in?
俺は16年目の復讐を果たすため鬼となる我が妻の胸に思い知るがいいさせるか R1 鋼を守るんだ鋼をやらせはしねえ今の
Nearly 18 hours in to the SRX route, and we finally get our first glimpse of one of the R-Series mechs. Hey, Hitman, how's it going? Oh, nice. It's a real good game. I really like RGG3. Eating Kanaka! The Federation in this bit of a mixed bag. Bunch of good guys, bunch of useless people.
R1 突撃受けろ必殺 T リンクナット所詮貴様も天山と同様の人間だ今度はこちらからだ100年早いんだよ
Take a little bit of time wiping out take a little bit of time wiping out Tempest because he's the core objective here, so I'm gonna farm up a bit on the trash as well.
そこね。ラプターなら追いつける。
損傷率 70% だと。くらい。
ラプターには当たらない。
There's a bunch of Jam Project music. I mean, nearly every SLW game has a, like, opening theme by Jam Project.
いけるわ。これなら。行くよ。
交代する。
Yeah, unfortunately, the Western knowledge base for SLW is a bit lacking.
One or 2発食らったぐらいで。くらい。その程度で俺を倒すことは不可能だと思え。
It's on the to-do list, but it's not really a Super Robo Sunday kind of thing. But I do quite like Battle Moon Wars. I've never finished it, but I've played a significant portion of it previously. A couple of times. Knocker. No? Arc isn't in Battle Moon Wars, technically, right? It's Phantasmoon?
Nani ga SRX 計画だ。笑わせるな。さあ、覚悟しろ。砕け散れ。顔洗って出直してきやがれ。反撃開始。G リボルバー。俺では R シリーズを止められんのか。
Probably gonna move on with the battleship. I think it does need to actually reach the edge regardless.
頑張ったと褒めておいてやろう。今度はこちらからだ。ブレイクフィールドオン。砕け散れ。こいつをぶっ壊すと親父がうるさいんでね。
Okay. Maybe you get normal arc later in the game. I just remember Phantasmoon.
R1 受けろ必殺ティーリンクナット。逃げる必要はない。ルナサークルザンバ。
Okay. Oh shoot. Everything has minimum range issues.
貴様ら連邦軍などにかける情けは無用。だいぶ押されてきたか。全部発射管2番6番装填完了。2番6番発射。
Ah. Unsung story, that sounds familiar. Hey? Wait, did I not? I didn't save? Are you kidding? God damn it. Wait, is that the Kickstarter one that doesn't actually have anything to do with any of the people that was originally going to be directing it? Yeah, I thought everyone that was, like, meant to be involved abandoned ship. Oh, I have no idea on Fell Seal. I've never even heard of that one. Generally, just don't trust Kickstarter.
即興データ確認相対速度合わせよし衝撃砲を発射せよ脱出する
Wonderful 101. Okay, so that I would say is a special case because it was less a Kickstarter and more of a pre-order. Bloodstained was good, and like it's not that all Kickstarters are bad. Just be aware. It's like, on the one hand, you have, like, Shovel Knight or Bloodstained. On the other hand, you have Mighty Number 9 and everything therein related. Space on IR is more for the... I think the +3 gives him his first +1 move speed from fighter. Might be +4. You can't buy more Gunfighter? Now the SRX scales off of all 3 R units, right? Like, it's not uniquely upgradable, it draws upon the stats of all the R series, yeah? I mean, Impact isn't even one stage of map, you've got multiple stages. Now, what you were trying to say, but you said it wrong. What is the FUB for the R1? DK weapon damage plus 200. Yeah, I'd probably want that. Well, I mean, we've already used basically all the NG Plus funds. This is just, like, map money now. Keep in mind, we're only on, like, Loop 1, which is, like, 25% money. But, yeah, does anyone know what the SRX scales off? It is off of the R series, right? It's not its own upgradable bars. Hang on, I'll try asking the Brains Trust. Whether I'll get a response in any time, who knows. I mean, at the end of the day, having a superpowered R1 is not going to be bad for us regardless. This is the Ryusei route. Capping out his mech is definitely the right call. I need to nick an approach mode. That's... That does not need hit rate increase. Ayaya could probably benefit from hit rate increase. Or Rio. Rio, actually, yeah. That'll work. Apparently SRX has its own separate bars and everything. That's expensive. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, I think that's where we'll finish up for today. I could maybe do, like, one more map, but it'd be sort of awkward. Because the next sort of 2 maps finish up the DC arc. So it'd be better to run them as a complete piece. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, we'll pack things up here. As I mentioned a while back, there should be a stream at the regular time tonight. I have a number of commitments on today, so I may end up passing the fuck out at stream time, depending on how tired I am. I will try to stream tonight. But yeah, tonight's stream we will be starting Lost Belt 2 on FGO. Or, well, the next stream, whether that's tonight's stream or tomorrow night's stream, we'll be starting Lost Belt 2 of FGO. Anyway, that is all for now. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.